Hello, how's it going? It is time for some more Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. This game's been on my mind for since the last time I played it, and I'm super excited to see the conclusion of this. We have one episode left. Turnabout for tomorrow? I think that's what it's called. Turnabout for tomorrow. The DLC isn't out. Turnabout for tomorrow. So I'm super excited to see how this concludes. Oh boy, because this game was a doozy. Hey, Happy, I hope you're doing well. I already made my tweet, so if you guys can do me a solid and like and retweet the stream tweet, that'd be great. You're exhausted. How are you? I'm okay, actually. Yeah, I think I'm okay. The fact that I have to question that probably means I'm not. But at this very moment, I'm alright. Just need the summer to end. Bring in the fall season. Okay. There you go. So last time, wait, can I change the music? I can. Oh, Miles Edgeworth Triumphant Return 2013. Okay. Let's see if there's Spirit of Justice. That's the next one, right? Yeah, because the fourth game was Apollo Justice. This is Dual Destinies. Spirit of Justice is the sixth game in the series. Orchestral. Ooh. Orchestra version. Okay. What I want to hear is the, like, the song that plays when you, get something right during a cross-examination. And everyone gets, like, super duper into it. I don't know what it's called, though. Because the entire, like, soundtrack for the Ace Attorney is all in Japanese. And I only know what the song is called when I look at the kanji, but I don't know how to pronounce it. Backgrounds. Oh, in individual menu mode? What? Okay. All menu mode? What? Okay, anyway. You know, we'll just stay on this. This seems intense. Oh, not going back to Athena's. Okay, whatever. So last time we finished up episode 4, and we were able to successfully prove that our client, Soulbucks, Soul Starbucks, whatever his name is, Apollo's late friend's mentor, proved that he didn't kill Apollo's friend. But we're still left with, you know, the question of who's the actual killer, because we was able to prove that there was the third person in that room at the time of the crime. We have no idea actually who is the actual murderer. There was 5 people in that room. So we had the actual victim, and then we had our client, and then there was the I don't remember his name, but he's the guy who, like, runs the space center. And then it was the detective who died in, like, episode 1, or who died prior to episode 1. That was she was in there. And then there was potentially a 5th person in that room who did the actual murder, and we don't know who it is. And we got some sort of backstories. Whatever happened here, something happened 7 years ago during the first launch of the spacecraft, and something happened around that. It was related to Blackwell, his sister, and Athena as well. And it's gotta do, someone died. It's gotta be related to that. I don't know. Apollo's still gone. He's like, I'm gonna find the answers on my own. I don't trust none of y'all. I love y'all, but deuces, and I don't know. I'm stressed actually thinking about this. So let's just get straight into this. As per usual, I'm gonna turn off everything. So we're gonna mute this up audio, turning off alerts, turning off Ko-Fi and captions. Sorry that you can't hear me anymore, or not hear me, but read me anymore. But besides my inner thoughts that I speak out, everything's gonna be on the screen. So, and turning off that, turning off Donald as well, so we can really immerse into this. Turnabout for tomorrow. Investigation day 1. Let's get straight into this. I already ate dinner. I got my water to clear my throat. All right. Let's get into this. Episode 5. Turnabout for tomorrow. No one can escape their past. Oh yeah, young Adina. The sins we've committed and the sadness we've caused. Did Blackwell kill her parents or something? She obviously knows him, but he doesn't seem to act like he knows her. But his sister knew who she was. No matter how far we run, our past remains, as ever present as the moon in the sky. Apollo. It looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. But only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on and hope towards tomorrow. That's so intense, the music. December 20th, 1:23 p.m. Wright Anything Agency. They took Adina from the courtroom straight to the station. Oh, that's right. How could I forget? There was they found a handprint or something like that, right? Evidence of who the actual murderer was. And it was Adina. How can I forget? Our girl is just like all the other games where our friend is the one who's being accused. So this time it's Adina. She's probably being questioned at this very moment. After this past year, I took it for granted that those two would always be here. But now, Apollo has gone off on his own to seek his own truth. And my pursuit of the truth only ended up with Adina becoming the new suspect. Some boss I turned out to be. It's even quieter in here than usual. Yeah, it seems so empty too. I just don't get it, Daddy. All of your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid. Yeah, and I still believe it was. Sorry, I needed to adjust the mic. Yeah, and I still believe it was. At least based on what we know. But now Adina's the one who's being accused. during the trial for the bombing and murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center. The lighter used by the real culprit was found. This lighter proved that the defendant, Sullivan Starbuck, innocent. But Athena's prints were found on it instead. And she was subsequently arrested for the murder. But Athena couldn't have done it. It just doesn't make any sense. Where was she on the day of the murder? Does she have an alibi at least? No, none of it does. I've been racking my brain, but I just can't figure it out. Ugh. Where is the flaw in my reasoning? What have I got wrong in this case? You know, Daddy, if Athena was here, she wouldn't just be sitting around thinking. She'd be out there doing something. You are going to defend Athena, right, Daddy? Of course I will. And thanks, Trucy. I needed that push. Trucy's right. The trial's tomorrow. There's no time to waste. If I'm going to prove Athena's innocence, I better get out there and find some evidence. Off we go then. We're on a hunt for evidence that'll prove Athena's innocence. Great. But before we go, I better tie up the evidence I have on hand. Unnecessary evidence left at the office. Athena is probably still in the middle of being questioned. So Trucy's right. The thing to start with is talking to the people at the Space Center. Alright, me and Trucy. Let's head on out then. Let's just save the detention center for later and go straight to the Space Center. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center. Entrance. Yo, Mac with the resub. Hello, how's it going? Hope you've been well. $58 months is a very, very, very long time, and I appreciate all the support for all this time. I really do. And I hope you're doing well today. We're just over here playing our lawyer simulator game. Oh god, this guy. Trying to remember the voice I gave him. Director Cosmos, do you have a minute? Galactic scooter, full speed ahead. Did he just run away from us? Director, he scooted away. His expression changed the instant he saw you, Daddy. Yeah, well, I dragged his knee through the mud pretty good at the trial earlier today. Okay, let's follow him further to the boarding lounge. You doing good? Big chillin'? That's good to hear. Have you guys eaten dinner today yet? I just had some nachos. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center boarding lounge. We were here only yesterday. Oh, hey. Mr. Starbuck, you've been released, huh? Yep, and I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You've given me a second chance to fly into space again. I can't thank you enough. You had a Burger King burger that's based on the Mandalorian movie coming out later this month? Ooh. Had barbecue sauce, so you wasn't gonna say no? That actually sounds really interesting. I know I talked about it before, but I recently watched all the Star Wars movies. The only one I haven't seen yet is the Solo movie, Han Solo's movie. And I actually just started watching the Mandalorian movie, or still in season 1. I think we watched like the first 5 episodes. So I want to see the movie. So I was like, oh, we got to get through these 3 seasons. Thankfully, they're only 8 episodes. So I can binge watch them a little bit faster. But I'm super excited to finally see a Star Wars movie, you know, a current gen Star Wars movie in the movie theaters. Like I'm excited to experience a Star Wars movie in the movie theaters because, you know, I miss out on all of them. Like I really do wish that I could have gotten Star Wars much earlier. Could have gone to the movies and enjoyed, like, you know, Revenge of the Sith or something, or, you know, oh god, just thinking about seeing Obi-Wan's and Anakin's fight in the movie theaters. What an experience! I'm so jealous of anyone who saw that in movie theaters. Ah, have you enjoyed it? Yes, I have. I really have been enjoying them. I didn't the new trilogy with Rey and Kylo Ren. I they were okay. I give them like a 5 out of 10, to be honest. A lot of butchering of characters' personalities and just them in general with the ones from the original um movies, and uh didn't really care for Rey. I think she was just like a pretty much a Mary Sue. Kylo Ren was great. Sucks about the outcome of his character. Wish they would have done more with you know, what is his name? Oh my god. Is it Finn? Was his name Finn? Cuz I'm getting the names mixed up between him and Oscar Isaac's character. Who was his name was Finn, right? Okay. Anyway, um hate what they reduced our boy's character to after the first movie. Oscar Isaac's character just annoyed me. I mean, he's great to look at, but character wise, couldn't stand him. Um, it was nice to see Chewie and R2D2 and C3PO, and BB-8 is we must protect BB-8 at all costs. Other than that, I was super excited to see Palpatine again because he was my favorite, one of my favorite villains, and then that whole segment with Palpatine was just weird in the last movie. So I wish they would have done more of that. Probably will never see the new trilogy ever again, though. That's not a rewatch for me at all. I will probably uh sit back and rewatch probably the last trilogy, like Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith, and what is the other one? Wait, oh god, they're all starting to blend in. It's Star Wars: A New Hope, and then it's The Empire Strikes Back, and then it's wait, no. Wait. Oh, oh god. I don't remember the titles anymore. Anyway. You put the fandom in the fire into great series. Oh yeah, it sucks that Disney and Lucasfilms really pretty much listened to the fans' opinions on things, because the way that stuff was set up and it didn't go the way it was set up really sucks. And I know the fandom had a lot to do with that. It's love for you how rich it is, don't the possibility it has. You wish. Oh god. Oh gosh. What is the acronym here? SWTOR. Oh, the Old Republic. Okay. Because my mind went straight to Battlefront, and I was like, that's not an MMO. Hmm. I didn't know that they had an MMO. That's cool though. Yeah, I still baby to the universe, and I'm super excited when I go back to Disney at the end of this year to fully appreciate what I look at. Because when I went with Cake and Gigi last year, it was cool, and I enjoyed the rides there and the look at everything, and being interrogated by the stormtroopers were cool. Um, then stormtroopers thought I was a criminal on the run. I had to show you guys like a video of that later. But it was um it was really cool in getting to see Kylo Ren. I didn't get to talk to him, but I got like a video of him coming out of like one of their ships or whatever. It was really really cool. But I really didn't know what I was looking at. So I'm super excited to go back and to like just look at everything and be like, oh my god, that's like, I don't know, that's the Jawas, or like, oh man, this part looks like, you're on Tatooine or whatever Luke's home planet is. And then, I can really appreciate the Millennium Falcon and all that stuff. I'm super excited to see that. You do want the Star Wars racing game? That's when is that coming out? Low key, I hate racing games, but low key, kind of interested now. All right, back to this game. This is not Star Wars. Yes. Except. That's Star Wars effect. Later this year, have to keep an eye out for it. What's wrong? I thought he'd be happy to be acquitted. As I was coming out of the detention center, I saw Miss Sykes. You saw Dina? I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. And then, you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. Now you can go back into space someday. October 6th. Oh, that's not very far at all. Is it gonna be like cross-platform? Oh yeah, cross-platform multiplayer. Ooh, you know what? Yeah, $60. You know, let me just casually add this to my wish list so that I can come back to this. Well, my wish list showed up on the other monitor and I can't access it, so I'm gonna have to come back to that. Thanks, computer. You're really doing a great job. Yeah, that sounds like Adina. I can just picture it. But I saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying. She's got to be suffering. She must be so worried. And yet she went out of her way to be nice and give me that big smile. She held back on her own tears so she can give someone else a smile. That's so Adina. There's no question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. And then they could put me in prison instead. I don't mind. No, what? Starbuck, no. You just put in, oh, thank you. We can't have that either, Mr. Starbuck. I literally just got an innocent verdict for you. We are not going back to jail for you. Don't worry, Mr. Starbuck. I'm going to give her the very best defense I can. I promise I can get her acquitted, just like I did for you. I know. She'll be alright with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Apollo has a fine boss to look up to. Yeah, how is Apollo? We haven't seen our son, you know, in a couple days. I was gonna say forever, but it was literally the day before yesterday, so it actually hasn't been that long since I haven't seen Apollo in game. Let's look at our court records, just remind ourselves what we have going on here. Attorney's badge, Tyrion's autopsy report, cause of death stabbing. The victim was discovered in the third floor boarding lounge in the main building. That's right. Yeah, rip him. I think he was killed for whatever was in that pod right there. Because what else? What other reason they had to kill him? Also, how was he allowed to go on a spaceship with his little visor on? He couldn't take his hat off for, you know, one trip to space? Cross-section view of the main building of the Space Center and Launchpad 1. Right. So, as we learn, Launchpad 1 was switched with Launchpad, the other Launchpad, like Launchpad 3 or something like that. And they weren't actually going into the spaceship. They were going into the spaceship that is in the gift, the gift shop, museum bar, whatever. That, I'm gonna be honest, that part kind of confused me from the last episode about the switching of the launch pads. The victim's blood on it from a set of utility tools used by Space Center techs. Launchpad 1 dock lock. Starbucks prints were found on this door lock. Also see photo taken after the incident. Only prints of Director Cosmos, Starbuck, and Terran are authorized, equipped with backup power. Print recognition attempts are recorded via security camera. Starbucks prints were found on the scanner screen after incident. Security camera video showing the defendant and victims escape from the corridor. The video ends immediately after the scene. I tell you, the plot twist of it not being the actual spaceship and being the one from the museum, because I never picked up on the fact that there was a number 2 on the floor behind them that represented Space Museum floor and not the actual hallway to the spaceship. Like, that was, I tell you, man, Phoenix Wright's Ace Attorney series, top tier with the plot twist when it comes to the finding out the truth behind the victims' deaths. Space Center pamphlet includes the diagram, the boarding lounge, and cross-section view of the Space Center. Yeah, so Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. So the Space Museum was on the left side when they was getting into the spaceship. Things explode. Hold on, y'all. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, y'all. So, as we learned last time, the Space Museum was actually on the left and Launchpad 1 was on the right. So that when Taryn and Starbuck was getting on to the space shuttle, it was actually the model version. Place goes kaboom. I guess, what's his face passes out because he's drugged up. They're walking back from Launchpad 1 to the 3rd floor lounge. Homeboy gets murdered. Starbuck is unconscious. What's his name? What is his name? The guy who runs the Space Center. He comes in from the control room. He comes from the control room and discovers the bodies or something like that, and he goes and presses the button to switch Launchpad 1 with the Space Museum so that the Launchpad 1 is back to normal and Space Museum is back on the right. Detective comes down from the bottom left, shoots at him, not knowing that it is the dude who runs the place. And so he runs out back to the control room, down the 3rd floor lobby, and comes down to the bottom left to come into the room from after Detective Arm, that's her name, Detective Arm, to make it look like he wasn't just in the room. But unfortunately, the person who murdered Taryn escaped somehow. That's the story we're going with. A full-size replica of the Hat 1 and important items related to space exploration and the Hat 1 expedition are on display. Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year. from 9 to 7. Hope capsule found in the victim's possession and recently returned from a 7-year mission. It contains asteroid samples. Or statement, the perp held a lighter with an Earth emblem on it in their left hand and a knife in their right. Lighter evidence found by Detective Wright. It has Athena's prints on it and the victim's blood. Yikes. Here's our set of people. Athena Sykes, 18, a new lawyer at the agency. She's been arrested as a suspect in the case. Paul Justice, 23, currently working on his own. He says he wants to bring his friend's killer to justice, but I wonder if that's all. Tracy Wright, 16, my daughter who also happens to be an aspiring magician. I adopted her 8 years ago. Clay Taryn, 23, the victim in this case. He was a Hat 2 crew member and a close friend of Apollo's. Jennifer Woods, 18, Athena's childhood friend. I defended her when she was on trial for the courtroom bombing incident that literally happened 2 days ago. Solomon Starbuck, 33, the defendant in this case. He was a Hat 2 crew member and a mentor to the victim. Simon Blackwell, 28, convicted of the murder at the Space Center 7 years ago. He is chasing a phantom he saw back then. Bobby Fulbright, 33, the detective assigned to this case. He led the evacuation effort at the Space Center after the bombing incident. Candace Arm, 27, a detective who specialized in bomb cases, was on detail at the Space Center and one of the first to find the body. Yuri Cosmos, that's his name, 62, the director of the Space Center and one of the first people to discover the body. He seems exceedingly full of himself. Ponko, unknown age, a guide robot at the Space Center. She could provide information on the center and show people around. Or Blackwell, 37, researcher who's developing robots at the Space Center. Or Blackwell, 37, researcher who's developing robots at the Space Center. She is prosecutor Blackwell's older sister. Blanco, unknown age, one of the robots developed by Aura, who refers to him as hunk of junk. That's it for our list of profiles. Do you know anything about this piece of evidence? No. Sorry, I'm so useless. No, it's alright. There's no need to get all depressed. Play all... Hold on. I think I need to let Chloe out real quick. I'll be right back, y'all. Okay, I'm back again. Alright, Clay always used to cheerfully greet me in a loud voice. And he did vocal exercises every morning, sometimes to save his horse, right? Exactly. You could always hear him even through the wall. Hey, wait a minute. Did you know Clay? No. But like attracts like, as they say. Ain't nothing about that. You don't want to talk about the knife. Not about the door. Not about the video evidence. Nothing about the pamphlet. Nothing about the capsule. Nothing about that note. Nothing about the lighter. Alright. About the murder. I still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. What could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing? I haven't the foggiest idea. So there never was gonna be a launch that day, not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew. I imagine he must have. Surely he would have noticed when you went to board the rocket. It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. Sorry, I keep looking at my dog. Oh, give me a second again, y'all. I'm sorry. Trying to sneak up and downstairs without making no noise. With bad knees. Oh my gosh. Okay. But I guess that's about how it goes when you're worth less than the space debris. Is he gonna be alright, Daddy? His expression looks as dark as a black hole. Well, that's just how he is. The murderer? Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murderer? Not really. I only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all. Yeah, I guess that was a little too much to hope for. Hey, I heard something from the police though. They said they never did find a .10 caliber gun down that trash chute. Just as I thought. The culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped. So, was the person you saw holding a gun, Mr. Starbuck? I couldn't really tell. But it wasn't Adina, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female? Tall or short? I can't even tell you that much, man. I'm useless. When the culprit opened the door and some light came in, I should have been able to see. The door. Ah, yes. As I recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape. Right. They went through Launchpad 1. And then Yuri Cosmos hit the button. No, they went through the hallway to Space Museum. Yuri Cosmos pressed the button. Space Museum went back to his original spot, so he would have escaped the Space Museum by going through the hallway there in the boarding lounge. Okay. The door to Launchpad, the door to Launchpad 1, right? Yeah, except right now the door leads to the Space Museum. You mean the Launchpad and the Space Museum are switched right now? Yeah, they're trying to investigate the theory you came up with in court. Instead of recreating the conditions, huh? I'd like to see what's beyond that door now. Mr. Starbuck, could you open this door for us? Sure, just let me have my print scanned here. Switching launch pads. Do the launch pads get switched back and forth a lot? Well, back when the Space Museum was Launchpad 2, they used to switch the pads around at times. But these days, Launchpad 2 is only used as a tourist attraction, right? Right, because quite frankly, the Space Center needs the money. I hear you. Times sure are tough.
Daddy, let's go check out what's beyond that door.
Sure, let's go. Hey, why don't I come along? I can show you around. Whoa, whoa. Hey, what's this? What's this? What's this? Huh? I wonder what these dead leaves are doing here.
Maybe they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes? There are a lot of trees around the Space Center.
She's right. It's a modern, state-of-the-art building, but it's surrounded by trees. But I don't know, if they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes, wouldn't they look more crushed up? These don't look like they've been stepped on.
Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor, and they came in that way?
Not everything is set up like a magician's stage, you know. Okay. Hello? What's those dots up there? So this is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh? Yep, but this one doesn't require fingerprints verification. You just hit the button and open sesame.
So when you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your prints either?
That's right, Juicy. Just like how the corporate didn't need to scan their prints when they escaped back out of the Space Museum corridor into Boarding Lounge 2. Okay. The biometric door lock. Print authentication is required for the launchpad side. Well, I don't see anything that jumps out at me. And I imagine this corridor is built exactly like Launchpad 1 corridor. Do I need to present the updated information to you? No, he got nothing to say about that. Okay. Well then, I'm leaving? There's nothing else to talk about. And I presented everything to him. Yeah, okay, so I guess I'm going back to the entrance. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center. Entrance. Ugh. Curse the wretch who sullied my good name! Reverse course and full speed ahead! Or, away. Director Cosmos, wait! Phew.
I'll handle this, Daddy. Take that!
Ah! The mobility system has been compromised!
What did she just do?
Juicy's knife throw was a direct hit to one of his tires. Did she just throw a real knife?
And the shriek continues.
Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on what tricks she's been practicing. My dear old battleship, we fought many a skirmish together. It has been an honor.
Daddy, he's going to blow that thing up.
Nah, I bet all that button will do is make it go haywire again. Very well. I surrender. As a prisoner of war, I expect to be treated honorably. Excuse me, but about this piece of evidence? Let me ask you a question. What will that object contribute to the future of mankind? What? Not much, I guess. Then how important could it be? Quite unlike the great historical figure Yuri Cosmos. If he's any more self-absorbed, he'll turn into his very own black hole. What a shame, truly. Clay was so young. He was an outstanding man who could have contributed greatly to the future of mankind. He was an exceptional man, wasn't he? If he had gone into space, my reputation would have grown even loftier. Why did he have to die before he went into space? Someone needs to teach him he is not the literal center of the cosmos. Okay, that's the same. Okay. I feel like those might be the only two reactions we're gonna get here. Oh no. Mankind's crowning achievement, the Hat 1 mission, will be in the textbooks across the land. Wow, that historic, huh? My achievements are grand enough to rival the very birth of space itself. My life will be a legend that will be told millions of years into the future. You may proceed to admire and praise me now. Ha ha ha. You certainly are an amazing piece of work. Alright, that's it for presenting stuff to him. Switching the launch pads. Director Cosmos, when you were talking in the court about switching the launch pads, you used your right to remain silent about the reason as to why. I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the two launch pads to begin with. Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. Ugh. The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed and I've been taken prisoner. Oh. Oh, geez, 3 locks. No secrets left, huh? I beg to differ. Looks like I'll have to undo his psych locks if I want to get to the bottom of this. I wonder. Liar, liar, locks on fire. Holy locks, Batman. Let me go to the detention center and talk to Athena if I can, just to get as much information before I talk to Yuri Cosmos and try to unlock these locks. Oh wait, we can go to the Space Museum. Hey, let's go there first, actually. Number 20th, Cosmos Space Center, Space Museum.
Wow, the place is crawling with cops.
Looks like we won't get any investigating done here now. Let's come back later. Oh, okay. They probably are going to say the same at the detention center. Oh, we don't even get that. Athena's not done being questioned. Alright, so all we can do... Oh, I chose the wrong one. All we can do is talk to Director Cosmos. Director Cosmos, when you were talking in court about switching the launch pads, you used your right to remain silent about the reason as to why. Hey, Zen. I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the 2 launch pads to begin with. Yeah, we read all this. Hi, what are you eating down there? What are you doing?
Take that!
Oh, I was supposed to press triangle. Behind the switching of the launch pads. I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about switching of the 2 launch pads. Oh, my controller is dying. Okay. There you go. I refuse. You can't make me. I can hold out longer than anyone. I hope I never get like this when I'm old. Now let's see, where to start? This is how you explained your motive for switching the launch pads. You did it to fool the bomber, to prevent the bombing, to save the astronauts. To fool the bomber. I think to fool the bomber. There's no way to prevent the bombing, or it's either to fool the bomber or to save the astronauts. If he switch, maybe to save the astronauts. Thanks to you switching the launch pads, the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket, far away from the actual explosion. My astronauts were raring to go out on an authentic adventure in space. How do you propose I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing? I agree, you couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured it out the instant they stepped into the Space Museum. You figure you could fool Mr. Starbuck once he'd been drugged with his medication, but without the help of this person, it would have been impossible to pull your plan off. Probably Clay Tarrant, he's the only other person.
Take that!
He must have gotten Mr. Tarrant to help you. Ugh. He stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him. And then, when Mr. Starbuck in a daze, they boarded a replica rocket in the museum. Ugh! Someone please help this poor prisoner of war! How is he able to spin around like that? GG's, thanks. Alright, that's one of three. If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch? If I could have done that, do you think I would have gone to all that trouble? I guess he must have had a compelling reason why he couldn't call it off. But how did he know to switch the pads in advance of the bombing incident? Well, that's because I was warned in advance. Once I received that warning, it was my duty to ensure my astronaut safety. But it was just a warning. It could even have been a prank. Why did you believe in it so completely? Because I went to one of those mediums that everyone's talking about these days. Oh? I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone. Yes, that's right. The bomber contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with a special advanced communication system, you see. AKA a regular old telephone. It's been a while. Planning another launch? I see you haven't learned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call. The bomber said it's been a while? And that was enough to make you take the threat seriously? So that has something to do with what happened 7 years ago, because he said it's been a while. I see you're planning another launch. And we've learned that something happened 7 years ago with the previous launch that made it really risky, or like it was super weird and controversial at the same time. Perhaps Director Cosmos took the threat so seriously because the Space Center has been involved in a bombing once before. Maybe the culprit in the current case is the same person who was involved in this incident. The courtroom number 4 bombing, the Hat 1 miracle, the Hat 2 bombing. The culprit in the current case is the same person who's involved in this incident, which has to be the courtroom number 4 bombing. It was a courtroom bombing, wasn't it? That's when you were dealt a major blow. Do you really think blowing up a courtroom would have shaken the center of the cosmos? Oh, I got it wrong. Victor felt personally threatened, so it has to be something more relevant to him. Culprit in the current case is the same person involved in this incident. Well, then I guess it's the Hat 1 miracle? The Hat 1 miracle. That epic story of survival. People across the nation know it now as a heroic tale of bravery. But in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by our current killer, wasn't it? Very few knew about the previous plot, so when the caller said it's been a while, he knew beyond a shadow of the doubt that the danger was real, and it wasn't a prank. Gah! Didn't anyone ever tell you to go easy on an ex-serviceman? Alright, one more. Yes, the Hat 1 miracle was really a desperate battle against an act of sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight. Lost the life of one of the staff members? Oh, wait, do we still have... We had a... No, okay, I don't think we actually had a physical picture. But there was a picture of all the staff members. And it was Clay Taryn, Selma Starbuck, Yuri Cosmos, or a Blackwell, and then someone else. Do you think that was like Athena's mom or something? Sabotage, murder. So this is the ugly truth behind the Hat One miracle. I let my guard down. I thought the saboteur had been caught and that the case was closed. Huh? Wait a minute. The murder at the Space Center 7 years ago. This must be the person Director Cosmos thought was the culprit. Wait. This must be the person Director Cosmos thought was the culprit? Black Quill? Yeah, convicted of the murder at the Space Center 7 years ago. Interesting. Convicted of the murder at the Space Center 7 years ago. I don't remember reading that earlier. He's chasing a phantom we saw back then. I bet you is one of two cases. He is not the actual murderer and is false verdict. He went to jail for the actual murder, or two, he did do the murder, but it was for a specific reason, or maybe a third one. He was coerced to do it to... No, he didn't do it, but he took the fall because the person who actually did it is his sister. Bam.
Take that!
Simon Blackwell, the murder suspect in the case that happened here 7 years ago. The place and time of the two incidents, the murder and the sabotage, were the same. So you thought that he committed both crimes. But while Prosecutor Blackwell is behind bars, you got another threatening call. If the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackwell. Realizing that, you were shaken. It meant the true culprit's been running free all this time. Ugh. How do you keep seeing straight through me? We did it, y'all. Unlock successful. Switching the launch pads. The reason why Director Cosmo won't talk about why he switched the launch pads. It's connected to the truth behind the Hat One miracle. The sabotage and the murder that happened at the Space Center 7 years ago. Director Cosmos, tell us what you're hiding. If you really want to understand the reason I decided to switch the launch pads. Uh-oh, flashback time. We'll have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago. 7 years ago? You mean the so-called Hat One miracle? The launch went smoothly, but once the ship entered outer space, then the trouble began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme. So Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience wasn't accidental. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered.
Wow, I had no idea such awful events were behind the exciting story of space heroism.
All that in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through the checkpoints. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy.
A spy? You mean somebody who infiltrates a foreign country? Carries out dangerous missions and always gets the girl?
Someone's watching way too many late-night movies. Well, I guess if we're talking about blowing up a rocket and stealing research material, it's not all that surprising that a spy could be behind it all. The spy. Make no mistake, there's cutthroat rivalry between nations in the space R&D race. Some try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate obstruction 7 years ago, we got a call before the launch warning us of sabotage. The same MO as this time. Yes, and here I thought the perpetrator had been caught, but it looks like I was wrong.
Prosecutor Blackwell seemed more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think?
Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing? But there's a good reason we failed to find the real spy. A massive cover-up by the government. Government officials were too embarrassed to admit it, that they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy.
Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation.
They did indeed, and then to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story. And that was the Hat One miracle, wasn't it? But then 7 years later, the same MO, advanced warning of sabotage. That must have been the director's reason for switching the launch pads. Just like 7 years ago. 7 years ago, the spy gave you advance warning of their plans. Just like this time. That was what made you decide to switch the launch pads, wasn't it? That's right. The caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago, despite the cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moon rock, the murder, and they said, "You don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you?" I immediately thought of calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me. We don't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor. It was quite a moving speech, actually. Moving? Really? Maybe if you're easily inspired by political talking points. But I knew the truth. We had been warned, which meant that the danger was very real. And I knew there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. That's why I switched the launch pads and staged the moving rescue scene. First, I snuck into the center the night before and switched the launch pads. That way, the astronauts would go from the boarding lounge 1 to the Space Museum. Then I put a close for repairs sign at the door to launch pad 1 and boarding lounge 2. You did that so normal visitors wouldn't enter, right? What else did you do? I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Taryn. Wait, you didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it? He already been through enough, and he's no good at lying to keep a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. My plan went well until Clay's murder, huh? Oh wait, that's Shruti.
Clay's murder, huh?
After the corporate made their escape, I switched the launch pads back. I did it in such a way that no one would find out, but after all that effort, Taryn is dead and the Hat 2 is destroyed. And the Hope capsule, which had returned to us only recently, was also lost in that blast. My home, the center of the cosmos. My beautiful Cosmos Space Center is done for. Wait, what did he mean by the Hope capsule was lost in that blast? Oh boy. So the whole reason for any of this is because of the moon rocks. The moon rocks were stolen in the first time, and then this Hope capsule is lost? I thought that the Hope capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Taryn. It had just been brought back by the Hope space probe with asteroid samples inside. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them? The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they just came back the day before Taryn's murder. The capsule was being held in a safe in Launchpad 1. Oh. Okay. But I gave it to Taryn before the incident so it wouldn't be destroyed in the explosion. The idea was that, with it safely in Taryn's possession, he could make it look like he rescued it during the staged miraculous escape. But our precious research materials ended up lost to that explosion anyway.
But I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe.
You misunderstand. The launchpad explosion wasn't the one the capsule was lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence. It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence. It was blown to smithereens. Dang.
space rocks that they've been waiting for 7 years were destroyed in episode 1.
Yet another casualty of that blast. Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switching of the launch pads. What? How? The police found a wiretapping device during their investigation today. A bug aboard my battleship. A tap on my advanced communication system. A wire on that phone? Yes, a wire on this very phone. I used this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launchpad switch. Just to the few select members who knew about the plan. Just before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of Launchpad 1. The culprit probably slipped in with them amid the confusion. And the plant implanted a bomb then. Yes, if they were tapping your phone, they definitely could pull something like that off. So you really think the same spy is behind this incident in the one 7 years ago? Yes, I'm sure of it. Then this spy must be the phantom Prosecutor Blackwell has been chasing. But Prosecutor Blackwell told me once. The hunt I've been on for the phantom of 7 years past continues even still. For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center too.
So if we can find this phantom...
That's right, we can clear Athena's name. And then there's the matter of Prosecutor Blackwell too.
What about him?
Well, if the culprit of 7 years ago is the same person as in the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent. That's still an if, though.
I wonder how dangerous that guy would be in court without handcuffs. But if we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in.
It's all over for me. Spin, spin, whirl, whirl, I'm done for. The center of the cosmos is doomed.
Do you think he's going to be alright, Daddy?
Well, at least he'll be in good company. There must be planets out there he can spin with. Phoenix is stupid. Which reminds me, I'd like to delve a little deeper into the Hat 1 mission too. If you want to learn more, start with the Space Museum. There's a Hat 1 exhibit there. No, don't mind me. I'll just keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfold.
It's like he achieved spiritual enlightenment or something.
I'm sure he'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go visit the Space Museum. Oh my gosh.
Let's see. Where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago?
There. That's the Hat 1 exhibit.
Oh wow, look at that photo of the team.
Yes. So the person who must have been murdered has gotta be the chick on the far right. Because we met everyone else, except for Clay. There's Clay, and Mr. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, Aura Blackwell, and even Ponko. But I've never seen the woman on the right before.
Everybody looks so happy. Well, except for Director Cosmos.
Let's check out the newspaper article too. Oh, that's creepy. Hat 1 launch imminent, and there's a photo of the Hope space probe. I guess it's only natural it doesn't talk about the murder or the sabotage.
They really were keeping it secret, just like the director said. Daddy, take a look at that jacket.
It must be Hat 1 team's uniform jacket. It's the same design as the one Apollo was wearing, the one that belonged to Clay.
Actual jacket worn by a Hat 1 team member, it says.
Not a replica, huh? I wonder if it was Mr. Starbucks. Well, there's a slash through it. The person who died, that might be their jacket. She looks like she belongs to a certain temple. Because it looked like she was wearing a kimono under her uniform. Newspaper clipping, a photo of the people involved in the launch, and a jacket one of them wore. Hold on, I want to look at that again. Yeah, she's wearing kimono under that, and her hairpiece is of a symbol. But there's a slash to that jacket. I wonder if it's hers. Because the one that Clay Tyrion is wearing belongs to, or not belongs to, is being worn by Apollo right now. So it's definitely not that. Hello? Oh, Juniper. Oh, Miss Woods, what brings you here?
I heard Dina got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. Thought you might be here at the scene.
You must be so worried. But rest assured, I'm going to do my very best to defend her.
Dina's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose heart. Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her.
Huh? You mean the Cosmos Space Center?
What? You didn't know? She used to live here when she was a little girl.
She did? No, I didn't know. No wonder she knew so much. Also, wild that she didn't show much emotion about being here. The only time she showed like any like heartache was when we were talking to Aura Blackwell. Miss Woods, could you tell me more in detail? But before that, Juniper, what do you think about my attorney's badge?
I'm very sorry, but I don't know anything about that.
Okay, sorry to bother you. I guess she doesn't have leads on that. Girl, how are you in school to be a judge? You don't know nothing about my badge? Girl. She gonna do it, and I'm making her have an asthma attack at this rate. Okay, it doesn't look like she has anything to say at any of her items. Athena and the Space Center.
Dina's mom worked here. If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something like that.
But why would a psychology specialist working at a space... Why was a psychology specialist working at a space research facility?
I don't really know. But I do know that she lived and worked here, so Dina lived here too.
So it was far from Athena's first time here. I wonder why she didn't mention it.
She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her.
Wait, how old is she? 18. So she would have been 11 years old when the murder happened. Same for her. Sad memory. A sad memory? Can you tell me about it?
There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago.
Her mother must have been murdered 7 years ago. And she witnessed it. Same time frame as the Hat 1 launch.
Dina's mom in the robotics lab. She was murdered.
In the robotics lab? Alright, the actual killer is Aura Blackwell. I repeat, the actual killer is Aura Blackwell. Because she's from the robotics lab. Suspect. She's it. And I don't think Blackwell knows that his sister is the one who did it. And she framed him and he doesn't realize it. Or maybe he knows that she framed him, but I don't think he knows that she's the killer. Like why she's freaking out when she heard Blackwell's name. Yep.
What? After it happened, Dina stopped coming to school.
Poor Dina. And all this time, she never let on at all.
I was so worried about her. I came here so many times hoping to see her. But I never saw her again.
Not until like last week, right? When we were investigating her murder. Her murder case.
After a while, we started exchanging letters. But I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years. And so the first time you seen her in 7 years was during Professor Court's case. That's what I just said. So no wonder everything was a little awkward between them, because they haven't actually talked to each other. That's funny, actually. That's right, and I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person. So cheerful and happy.
Oh my god, oh my god. Adina's little necklace robot that can, like, get people's, emotions to help sort them through the discord in their heart looks just like the robots here at the Robot Center. Or Blackwell, you are looking more and more sus as I'm going through this. Young Adina. What was Adina like as a child?
She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home. That's completely different from the Adina we know now. I can't even picture it. She's never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. When she went to crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around. It must be hard to hear people's hearts as well as their voices.
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. Oh, my girl's just autistic, that's it. A little neurodivergent, she got a little bit of the autisms. We get it. I completely get you, girl.
She said her mother made them for her as part of her research.
Huh? I wonder what kind of research it was.
Because of her special ability, Dina couldn't handle being in school very often. And I was always out sick because of my weak constitution.
Your weak constitution? What a weird way to say he was just a sickly child.
Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories. Sounds like Adina's mother played a big role here at the Space Center. Ooh, Daddy, show her that picture.
Atta girl, good idea. Miss Woods, could you take a look at this for me?
Oh, look, there's Dina's mom.
Yep, we knew it.
The woman on the far right, the one in the kimono. That's Dr. Metis Sykes.
Adina's mother's murder. Did it by any chance have any connection to the Hat 1 launch?
What? Why, yes, it did. As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch.
Just as I suspected. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members were murdered. So this is the murder Dr. Cosmos was talking about. Does that mean that the crime prosecutor Blackwell was convicted of is the murder of Dina's mother? There's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case.
There is?
Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods. And please, try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Adina.
Thank you, Miss Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. So, we need to investigate the robotics lab and also talk to Adina. We got our plates full, Daddy. I hope we can fit it all in before the day is through.
The detention center first, then. We have to see Adina before visiting hours are over. December 20th, detention center. Visitor's room. Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer. Fancy meeting you here. Oh, hello, Detective Fulbright. Here on business? to tell the truth? I'm here to interview Destiny.
Oh, him?
The one behind the courtroom bombing incident? He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about that case.
Really?
And what he was saying was so incredible, I just had to come right over to hear more.
Incredible. What was he saying?
Why don't you hang around and hear it for yourself?
Uh-oh. Really?
Us? Are you sure? I give you my special permission. Here comes the bomber now.
You. What nerve have you to come here? You're here to laugh at me, I suppose.
Like I wasted my breath on you. After all, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in a hospital.
Violence. No. Question. Okay.
No violence. Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him. Fine. Then just answer me this, Mrs. Today. What is this truth of yours about the courtroom you blew up?
No, I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed the detective's arm, there was another person in the room.
What the heck? Oh my god. There was something else responsible for the explosion?
What are you talking about? Who else could have been there? I saw it, I tell you. I saw someone's hand as they were stealing the remote switch. This person was there and witnessed the murder I committed.
What?
I don't know who it was, but that's who blew up the courtroom. You expect us to buy that?
Easy there, Juicy. I don't see any psych locks, so I guess he must not be lying.
Pardon me, I got a little carried away, but I'm telling you the truth. I did not detonate that bomb.
And there you have it. We can't exactly ignore his claims, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. We're even analyzing the bomb itself or what's left of it. Hey, is that a moon rock at 7K? We haven't found any new facts yet, though. Ah, they laid it all out piece by piece.
Oh, look at those beautiful little pieces. I wish I could have them.
Uh-oh. Looks like his geek switch has been activated. Phony phantom bomb. It was found in boarding lounge 1 and detonated in courtroom number 4. Fragments are being analyzed. Right. December 16th. Man. It's been 4 days since episode 1. That's wild when you think about it. Episode 1 was 4 days ago. Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwell's special brand of questioning.
Anything but that.
I'm afraid I have to be off now, too. I was just about to question Miss Sykes.
You're going to see Athena now?
That's right. Oh, did you folks come to see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go. What bad timing. Looks like we'll have to wait until after her questioning is over to see her.
And after we came all this way, too. I guess it's back to the Space Center. Let's go check out the robotics lab, Daddy.
All right. Sounds like a plan. Judge Tron J202. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center Robotics Lab. Just looking around to see if anything sticks out immediately. Not too much, though.
So, this is a robotics lab, huh? Looked like it's exactly one floor above the boarding lounge.
Right, because we did learn that, what's her name? Or Blackwell climbed down the ladder and peeked into the window of when the murder happened or something like that. and where people were directed to evacuate from via the emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works for robots.
Daddy, look! Over there!
Oh, Apollo! So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule. Is that right? It's baby boy Apollo. Hold on. I know it's intense, and we haven't seen Apollo in 4 days. Or actually, not 4 days. We haven't seen Apollo in like 2 days. But behind Apollo's name on the subtitles, that looks like that might be Athena's mom's picture. It's been 7 years. Why is this part of the lab not packed up if that is Athena's mom? Alright. So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Or is that, yeah, is that right? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Paul and Aura Blackwell? I wonder what they're talking about.
Well, come to spoil our fun. Just when I was enjoying our alone time.
Trucy and Mr. Wright.
If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own.
And I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab.
Well, this is my lab, so you'll need my permission if you want to do any snooping.
Yeah, I really don't like her. Between the music and just her overall attitude, she's a killer. Can you tell me anything about this piece of evidence? Even if I could, I wouldn't tell a filthy lawyer like you. Okay, that's what she said before. She's not talking to us because she doesn't like the system. Which I don't blame you for not liking the system. Here's the emergency ladder. Bucket over there. About what happened.
I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of the director. And suddenly Starbuck was out and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed and they all lived happily ever after. Ha ha ha. Daddy, say something to her. And I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court, am I right?
Princess, huh? Guess she's talking about Athena. Of course. Athena's innocent.
Oh my, such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo?
I don't know yet.
Apollo? Really? You think Athena's behind this?
I'm disappointed.
Apollo, how could you?
What's wrong with saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach.
Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Or should I say former subordinate?
Ha 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 ha! I can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena?
All this laughing has worn me out. Your turn to say something, hunk of junk.
Mr. Taryn, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Taryn? But that's Apollo you're talking to.
Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay.
Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. Mr. Taryn, how are your injuries? Mr. Taryn... Mr. Taryn, how are your injuries? Mr. Taryn... I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him.
Oh, and to haunt the lawyer that defends her too, of course.
A robot that can see ghosts? Yeah, right. And I'm a spirit medium. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena, no matter what you have to say about it.
How perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago. Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago? Why? Do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? Or do you want to want me to talk? In that case, what should I ask for in return?
I'd like to hear about that incident too. It'd help me understand the current case better. You would understand the case better if you was with us, Apollo. Huh? Apollo knows about that case too?
Well, if you're the one who's asking, Apollo.
Come on, hunk of junk, you tell the story.
But Miss Aura, that's private information. If you won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk.
Yes, who cares about personal privacy? Not me. I am ready to utilize my blast processing abilities to impact all available information. Yeah, that face.
Wow, what a magic trick. He's like a completely different robot now.
The bodies of all the robots that come through this lab are designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much, much younger then. Yikes, better watch what you say if you want to get recycled, Clonko. And then our hearts were created by that great genius, Dr. Metis Sykes. Hearts? Robots with hearts? Can you even make such a thing? Emotions are not irrational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. The two navigation companions created by Miss Aura and Dr. Metis transcend humans. God. Metis. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. Oh, wait. I didn't realize I had autoplay turned on. Yes. Adina looks nothing like her. It's wild. This is just another woman. Adina. No. Adina's dad must have been like a really, really, like that hair, jeans, real redhead. Cause how? They don't even have the same eye color. Nobody could continue Metis's research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. And now the two navigation companions are all that are left of Metis here on Earth. Metis? Am I saying her name wrong? The robots are all that's left? Isn't she leaving out a very important someone? We built the ultimate creations together. Now she's gone. I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you. What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. Am I hearing gay? But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay. I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat. Did she just call Apollo gay? Miss Aura, would you like a tissue? Keep your trap shut, hunk of junk. I don't know. There was a bit of emotion there, turmoil, regret maybe. She potentially misses Metis. And if she did, would she have murdered her? I still think she's suspect. Well, I don't know if she's murdered, but she's definitely suspect number one. Clonko and Ponko. Clonko's important key stick of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better. That doesn't matter. He doesn't feel pain, and I can always repair his body. Besides, their hearts aren't actually in their bodies. Hey, Jet, what's up? What do you mean by that? The program Metis wrote runs on separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. These bodies are really just peripherals. So I could do anything I want to them. I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor things. But why are you people looking into such an old case now, anyway? Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person as in this case. I'm doing alright, just stressed. Just stressed about this game.
So Daddy's gonna find out who killed Dr. Sykes too.
I'm sure you're aware of who Meta's killer is. Yes, Prosecutor Blackwell. Or so it seems.
That's a quaint way of putting it.
Are you implying you don't think he did it? I can't say anything for sure right now, but that's exactly why I like to hear your side of it, to help me be sure. Based off of her reaction there, she's the killer.
I was the one who introduced Simon to Metis, you know. He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court.
Ah, Prosecutor Blackwell's forte. His infamous power of suggestion technique.
Exactly. And he was oddly serious about it. Rather than a teacher-student relationship. Oh, shit.
He treated her more like a loyal samurai would treat his sovereign. Oh, I thought she was about to say that they were like a couple or something. And I was like, whoa, hold on. How old is he? First off, actually. 28. So, okay. That would have made him, what, 21? Okay. Well, I mean, Athena's mother and victim of the murder 7 years ago. She was a talented psychologist like her daughter. Maybe that's why he's like old, like he's a big old weeboo. Because she got a kimono on and everything. So obviously she got some sort of Asian ancestry. Huh. He seems more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me.
He would got along well with that miserable little princess.
Really? Did he didn't even act like he knew her though in the court. Did he even know that was Athena? I mean, he should have recognized her name, Athena Sykes.
Why do you call Athena the princess anyway?
Well, she is Metis' daughter after all, although she's nothing like her. Besides,
doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around?
I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran into her yesterday. It all makes sense now. How old is she? 37. She'd have been 30 years old at the time of the murder. The way she's talking about Athena, was she jealous of Athena in some way? So the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh?
That settles it then.
What does it settle?
None of your business.
Just forget you heard anything.
How long are you people going to hang around in here anyway? What? But we came here to take a look around.
You think you could just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? Show me a search warrant. We're not the police, so we don't have one. Then get out, now. Clonko, show them out. Certainly, Ms. Aura. Oh. Bro, did Clonko just punch us?
Ouch, don't push.
Oh my god. My apologies, I'm just following the orders. Ah! we got beat up by a robot. Dang. What a way to get shown out.
The nerve of that woman. What's with that horrible attitude?
I guess that's just how she is.
And why was Apollo going along with her?
I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay, just like our lost Dr. Sykes.
I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all.
Yeah, that's your brother. Can we go back to that plot twist from the last game?
He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that.
I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky?
I'm gonna keep an eye on him.
Oh. Hey, wait, Trucy, come back. She's gone. What should I do now? Detective Fulbright is probably still questioning Athena. Guess I'll go back to the office alone. Dang, nothing sending me back home. Well, here I am. This office has never felt so empty. I guess I haven't been here at the office at all by myself in a long time. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And then, for a while after that, she was always by my side. Why you say she like that? We know who it is, Maya. Now I'm getting all sentimental. I must be tired. Huh? There's something on the floor. What's the letter doing here?
Hey, Nick. It's been a while, huh? Miss me?
I know this handwriting. Yeah, only one person calls Phoenix Nick, and that's Maya.
I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom? That must have been really something.
Although weird is par for the course with you. I think she, or whatever paper she's reading, is a little off on the details.
I'd love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part in my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those still samurai videos I sent. I'm sure they'll cheer you right up.
Not the windmill?
Yours truly, Maya Fey.
Good old Maya. It's as if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift. Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Yeah, she was our assistant for 3 games. Believe it or not, but she's a spirit medium. This Makatama I used in Cyclops, Maya's the one who gave it to me. But I wonder how this letter got here.
Mr. Nick?
Ah!
Oh, look at our baby. It's Pearl. Look how grown she is. Oh my god. She's all grown up. Oh, look at her. She's so adorable. The last time we saw her, she was like 5 years old or something. And that was the end of the 3rd game. We haven't seen her in a long time. Oh, yes.
Oh, it's you, Pearls.
Oh, Pearls, look at you. How have you been, Mr. Nick?
This is Pearl Faye. Don't call her Pearls. She's Maya's cousin, who's also a spirit medium. Do we have her age? I just want to see. Oh, she's not up here. Okay. She's Maya's cousin, who's also a spirit medium. A very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8 years old. She was 8? Ah! Okay. God, how old is she now then? Because 8 was at the end of the 3rd game. She wasn't in the last game because that was Apollo. And Phoenix wasn't a lawyer anymore. And there was a significant time skip. I think like 7 years or something. She's gotta be like 15 or 16 now or something. But Apollo and Nadina only met her a few months ago. You didn't come all the way just to bring me a letter, did you?
I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked. But I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different.
She's even further off on the details than Maya. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on.
Oh, I know that. I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick.
Oh, I love her so much. She's 17! Yo, she's 17! Oh, our daughter has grown. I know Trucy's her daughter, but this is also our first daughter. This is our first daughter. Oh my goodness. Spirit medium in training. Her psychic powers are beyond question. Oh gosh, I'm just thinking about that 3rd game and the conspiracy and everything with their her aunt and Maya's mother. Oh my god. Wait, was it Maya's mother? No, it's Pearl's mother and it was Maya's aunt, right? That's how it was? I can't remember. Because I think Maya and Mia's mother was dead. Yeah, something like that. Oof. Pearl's errand.
Did you read the postscript on the letter?
Huh? There's more? Oh yeah, here it is. P.S.
I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office. So Pearlie said she would come help you. Isn't she sweet? You better thank her.
She's a little lady, right? Oh, so that's what you're doing here. Thanks. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. Maya and Pearls. Thanks to these two, I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls.
Now that I'm here, I'm gonna whip this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all.
I need to talk to Prosecutor Blackwell if I want to learn more about his case. With the trial still going on, they must be holding him down at the detention center. It was 8 years old, he said. So it's been 9 years since she's 17 now. I can't, like, not give you my stuff and you tell me about it.
When I see you wearing your attorney's badge like that, it brings back such memories.
Oh! I remember you helping me conduct my investigations from time to time.
I'm glad I could help again.
Thanks. You always provide such great assistance.
I'll do my best to live up to Mystic Maya's standard.
I don't know what I'd do if Pearls wasn't here right now. Oh. She probably doesn't have anything to say, so I'm not gonna go through the list. Because this is probably all the same. Let's just test one thing. Let's see what she's gotta say. Oh.
I'm sorry, I want to be of help. But I'm still in training and nothing about that is coming to mind, I'm afraid. I'm really deeply sorry.
No, it's okay. I shouldn't have shown you something so trivial anyway. I feel like we've had this conversation before. Yeah, I know she don't got nothing else to say though. Alright, she's just here to direct me on where to go, so let's leave. I'm guessing back to the detention center so I can talk to Blackwell? Well, look who's here. I wonder what they're talking about. All this time you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair gray. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Blackwell, why don't you think that's enough for today?
Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow.
There's no tomorrow? What is she talking about? We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down. Alright, fine. I see you're just not going to listen no matter what I say. I've had it. If that's the way you're going to be, I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please. See if I care. Ugh. Wow. I could cut the tension with a katana. Right, don't know. It looks like Fulbright saved her case in the court this morning. What? Oh, yeah, you did. You bounced back to business quick. Prosecutor Blackwell, forgive me, but it was just the thing to do. But as a result, Sykes Dono was arrested. Was that the just thing to do too? Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else could I do? Don't worry about it. I plan to defend and prove her innocence. I wouldn't take things so lightly. If I were you, right, Dono. This is blade-proof glass, right? How can you call yourself a lawyer if you can't even protect your own subordinate? Ugh. I swear I'll get her acquitted. You'll see. Your mind must be as dense as the hair on your head. Do you really think it'll be so easy? I'm more than aware of how hard it's going to be, thank you very much. So, what do you think? Looks like it wasn't important enough to warrant even the contemptuous. He didn't want to say anything to me just now. That's so funny. He probably isn't going to say anything. Yeah. I want to know, is this like, you know, super long dark circles under his eyes, or is that like eyeliner and mascara that's just watered and dried down his face? Like, is this years of being locked behind bars? Look, like... Okay, he has nothing to say. Just wanted to make sure. 7 years ago. Prosecutor Blackwell. We're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for somebody you call the Phantom of 7 Years Past, aren't you? You villain. Where did you hear about that? This glass is absolutely positively blade-proof, right? No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single... Oops. Ouch. At least it wasn't my fault. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you? Guard, the guest is leaving. Prosecutor Blackwell, please listen to me. The culprit is in the current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. If you would cooperate, we could probably solve both cases. I suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was, without question, me. Nigga. I stole Dono's mother away from her. I destroyed her life. Prosecutor Blackwell. Guard, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you. Of course he doesn't want to work with us. There he goes. He reminds... Jesus, Fulbright. Blackwell reminds me so much of Edgeworth from the first game, refusing to acknowledge the trauma he's went through and taking full-on blame for someone else's actions and having that shape their personality. Because that's basically what Edgeworth did in the first game with his mentor killing his father and all that stuff. No, we've upset Prosecutor Blackwell. Now what are we going to do, Mr. Lawyer? There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you just a little more about that old case? Well, I guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know? Can I present things to you? Something for the lost and found, I'll be sure to take care of it. No. This is an important piece of evidence. Let me just see. What does he have something to say about this? No. Okay. I feel like he would. I'm just gonna not present the trial 7 years ago. Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted? A little. The police called the incident the UR1 incident. Prosecutor Blackwell was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kind of like if you read, if your red Mr. Lawyer were to kill you. Your red Mr. Lawyer. Is that what you call Apollo? I don't want to think about that one. There were two decisive pieces of evidence, so a verdict was reached very quickly. 2 pieces of evidence, huh? What were they? Let's see. The first was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime. The only one, huh? Gosh, that does sound pretty decisive. Could you show me that footage? Oh, sorry, I don't have it with me right now. I guess I'll have to see it some other time. Video showing the corridor to the crime scene. Blackwell was the only one to pass through that at the time of the crime. But there's also another way out that room, and that's through the window. And if someone uses the ladder to come up into the room, no one would see who it was. And what was the second piece of evidence? This one's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. What? See, there he is at the crime scene holding a bloody katana. Okay, that's not the moment of the crime. He's literally just holding it up. It was the victims kept on display in the room. She had a thing for Japanese culture. Yeah, we could tell. She had a thing for Japanese culture. Was she not Japanese then? If so, wow. It'd be hard to explain this one away. The weapon used in the murder 7 years ago, it belonged to the victim. The victim's blood was found only on the blade. Well, then it's obviously someone had used it, stabbed her. He walks in after the crime has been committed, and he picks up the katana. Someone takes a picture. But who took this picture, detective? The incident happened the day before the Hat 1 launch. A reporter who had come to do a story on the launch was in the room across the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took. Taken inadvertently, it became conclusive evidence at Simon Blackwell's trial 7 years ago. Yeah, Blackwell is obviously super innocent. Prosecutor Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd. He's definitely hiding something. He probably knows it's his sister. But his sister doesn't know that he knows, I think. But knowing that it is his sister, he doesn't want her to go to jail. Because that's his family. Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he? Yes, and I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution day approaches. What did he just say? Execution date? What? Did I just say something? Never mind me. You didn't hear a thing. So he was given the death sentence. Yes, he told me not to tell you people, actually. But I guess there's no sense in hiding anymore. His execution day is tomorrow. Oh my god. What? He's dying tomorrow? What? Tomorrow? No. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. But what if the culprit of the current case is the same as the one from 7 years ago? Then it would be the worst possible scenario. Prosecutor Blackwell would be executed tomorrow under a false charge. But that would be unthinkable. We have to do something right now. Ugh. I want to do something. I want to, but you're a lawyer. You know how hard it is to overturn a decision. I know, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of a fight? You saw how he was right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him. So then maybe his sister didn't do it. Because why would she be trying so hard to prevent her brother from, you know, execution? If she didn't, and he took the fall, she would have stayed away. Something, you know? Huh. Uncooperative. When he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit. This isn't right. I can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow. Hold on, y'all. Okay. Oh, pardon. Looks like I have a phone call. Fulbright here. What? What's happening? You've got to be kidding me. That's quite a reaction. I bet he's making some big show of it right now. Mr. Lawyer, the robots! The robots are... Dr. Fulbright, get a hold of yourself. Some kind of robot malfunction? Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt. The machines are rebelling against humans. What? iRobots happening at the Space Center? They've holed themselves up in the Space Center and taken the visitors as hostages. They did what? Oh my god. Not Trucy. Is Apollo in there too? We have to get right over there. This is going to be one heck of a battle. There's way too much happening. Right, police is here. Their robots really are holding up people hostage. This is the wildest thing that's happened so far. Looks like Mr. Lawyer. Oh, look, Mr. Lawyer. What do you suppose that group of people are swarmed around?
But I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost.
You robots have declared war on us humans. You're even taking hostages already.
Stay away from it. You never know what it'll do.
He's not a bad robot. Can't you see he's trying to help me? I recognize that voice. Detective Fulbright, are you okay here on your own? Leave it to me. All right, people. What's going on here?
Pearls, over here. Oh, Mr. Nick, there you are. I heard the terrible news and I got so worried.
Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself.
I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy.
Uncle seems the same as before.
When people are sad, I am happy.
When people are angry,
when people are... Oh, did I say something odd? Did I? Error.
Uh-oh. There is something wrong with him.
Oh!
Clonko, no!
It looked like he fell asleep. He must have been tired.
Hee hee hee. Ha 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 ha. Clonko? Oh my!
Ha ha ha. Human beings are our enemies. It's time for the machines to take over.
Oh my god. Ah! The robots are rebelling!
Everybody run! It's a all-out man war! It's the end of the world!
Ha 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 ha! Fools, how could you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots. I'm just controlling these robots remotely. What? But it is true that I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad. Hey, you, hostage number 1, come here, I'll take you to them. Look like he's a fan of Mousy. Huh. Something being displayed on Clonko's face screen. It's the Space Center. It's the Space Museum.
Daddy? Daddy, is that you?
Trucy? Trucy, is that you? No. Trucy, are you alright?
About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostages, Daddy. They've gone haywire. A researcher is the one behind it. She's here.
A researcher is the one behind it. She's here. Yeah. It's definitely Aura, but I wonder if Aura's doing this to get Simon Blackquill in innocent charge of some way, because she said, and she basically was like, well, if you're not gonna do anything, I will do something. Good. This girl talks too much. Trucy, Trucy, talk to me.
Why are you doing this?
I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening. Bobby Fulbright here. I'm all ears. I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Terran's murderer, Adina Sykes. Adina? Now, hold on just one moment. I can't just give in to a demand like that. So you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out then. No, wait, Mr. Lawyer. I know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do. But promise me you will never hand Adina over, and you won't give up on the hostages either. Of course I won't. Now I better go contact headquarters.
Mr. Nick, how do you plan to buy time?
I have no idea yet, but this hostage taker, could it be? If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have Hunk of Junk kill all of the hostages. See, look at there. Only you call her princess, and only you call the robots Hunk of Junk. We know it's you, Aura. Princess. Hunk of Junk. There's only one person. I literally just said that. Me and Phoenix share one brain cell. In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip. I don't have anything to say to Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? You must be talking about the robots. Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Hostage Taker, Adina is not a murderer. What are you talking about? She's been arrested, and they got her in detention. I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is a real killer, right? Well, it's not Adina. It's someone else. Alright, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is this real killer? I don't know yet, but the culprit is the same as the one in the case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case. It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is. But is it really too late? You can still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it. Just what exactly are you proposing? What can I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? Retry it in court? I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make that demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. It wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we could find out the truth. That's good, real good. Hey detective, I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready. 1 hour? But that's impossible. Please give me at least until tomorrow. If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, by the way, if we're going to have a retrial, we'll need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. She will. And I guess I can be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. But Hunk of Junk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny. You got that. Now follow Hunk of Junk. Riot police, make way! We're coming through!
Mr. Nick, wait. I'll help you with the investigation.
Thanks, bros. I appreciate that. Okay, we're going in. Aura dropped us off with a warning not to touch anything until she got back.
I wonder what's taking so long. But we can't really start the investigation yet, can we?
Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago. Mr. Wright? Ah, it's a hostage taker. I'm back to my usual self now. You are still being monitored, however. But more importantly, an important guest has arrived. A guest? Is it our husband? It's Ashmer! Oh my god! Look at him! Ah! Oh my god!
I trust you've been well, Wright.
He's wearing glasses! Oh. I'm gonna pass out. Look at him! Look at him! Ah, it's our day one husbando. Oh my god, it's Miles Edgeworth. Ah! My mans, we haven't seen you since the 3rd game. It's been, Wait, okay, how Pros was 8, right? 9, 10, 12. It's been 9 years since we've seen Edgeworth. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in court a number of times back when he was a prosecutor. But now?
Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you?
He's chief prosecutor now. Pretty soon it would be a year, right? Chief prosecutor! Oh, we love to see the development and job. Title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? Yes, actually. You know, I'm just gonna press my attorney's badge on you. It must be nice to finally have your attorney's badge back. Yeah, it's been 8 years. I'm sorry for all I put you through. No, I'm sorry I wasn't able to help you. Nah, I was the one that made the decision. But now you can't stand in court. Now you can stand in court once again. And you can roll them down just like you used to. Look at the smirk! Way to put pressure on a guy. And since when did it get such a brutal reputation? Ah, their husband! Wait, we gotta present something else too. Another young life lost to the hands of a cruel killer. Edgeworth, you don't think Athena's the culprit, do you? That's up to the evidence and the truth they reveal, right? And what about the hostage situation? The law will deal with the hostage taker. Remember, we must never stoop to threats or acts of violence ourselves, even if people's lives are on the line. Edgeworth. He may be a stickler for the rule of law, but I have no better ally in this world than him. Ah, just kiss already. Alright, so I'm starting to really think that Aura might not be the killer. Like, she's suspect. She's sus. But how could she have died? Maybe their own robots killed her. Maybe Ponko killed her. Miles Edgeworth. So what are you doing here, Edgeworth? The captor chose me as a prosecutor for the UR1 case. Oh God, we're going up against him. He's about to call me a clown. Or no, I'm not the clown, I'm the whole circus. He's about to call me a circus in the courtroom again. God dang it. At least it's not his sister. Oh God, if it was Franny, oh God. If it was Francisca von Karma, oh God. Just thinking about her whip. There's a whole circus part. I'm not even reading all that. You're right though. Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top. And I gathered all the information I could in the short time that I had. I'll give you a rundown.
You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Thanks, and I appreciate this. I could really use the help. The UR1 incident. I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was the psychologist, Dr. Metis Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I have 2 crime... Oh, Jesus! Looking at the chair. I have 2 crime photos and the police notes on them for you to see. Bro, she was murdered. What a terrible way to die. Is that her jacket on the floor? Jesus. What happened to her? The other photo shows the other side of the room I see. Huh. Why was the other side of the room so empty? Similar photos. The 2 photos of the body in the crime scene, they were taken by the first person to discover the body. Hold on, Miles Edgeworth, my friend. You need to look at this carefully. So we got the katana on the floor on the right, and the jacket, maybe her jacket. It might be the same jacket that's up, up in the museum. It's also either a piece of paper or a handkerchief on the floor right under her. Victim body was found on an operating table, a katana, and the victim's staff jacket, and a cart were found nearby. Yes, okay, so that's her jacket. The cart nearby. Yeah, it's just 2 boxes on and some wires. Okay. And here, there's the moon capsule on the right. And a toolbox on the ground. The moon rock was stolen. The Hope capsule can be seen on the workbench. There are rolling cases for moving equipment, a robot charging station, and a toolkit on the floor. There's a hanging scroll and a Japanese theater mask on the wall. Yeah. Just looking at this too. He obviously picked this up. Okay. Wait. Okay, so based off of I don't know. Okay. I also have the autopsy report for you. Jeez. The cause of death was a stab wound to the chest. The weapon pierced the heart, and so death was instantaneous. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture. Sorry, I just want to look at this. Obviously, behind the moon capsule is where the katana was set up. Estimated time of death between 1 to 3 p.m. on October 7th. Cause of death, instant death due to a stab wound to the heart. So on the right is where her Japanese stuff was on the wall, and the katana was placed. The moon rock would have been where the red jar on the table is. The body was found by a Space Center staff member, and 2 police officers. The police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the Hat 1 launch. Yes, Director Cosmos mentioned this too. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor. I hear this trial was over in a flash. Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only 1 session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was a decisive evidence against him too. Security camera, video, and a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall.
But did Prosecutor Blackwell have a motive?
To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why. So that means he must still be hiding something. Right? And there's another suspect, or aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public. Yeah, I know. The part about the spy, right? Right. How on earth did you know about that? Director Cosmos told me after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Hat 1 miracle.
Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets.
Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackwell of being a spy. They think he sabotaged the rock and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But if you can prove the Hat 2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we could say the execution is a possibility. That's why I intend to help you any way I can.
Ah, look at the smirk.
Thanks, Edgeworth. Now all I have to do is comb this room for evidence. No. He said he's gonna do whatever he can to help us, you know, to save Black Quill and figure out the actual killer, but we know he's going to try and murder me in the courtroom with his words. Like, this man is not nice. He is not a nice man in the courtroom.
Let's do it together.
All right. Let's examine first. This is one heck of a robot.
There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a poem? I cut down anyone who displeased me. I make the rules. I am the law. I will the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judge Tron. J202.
JT02. I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even completed yet. He's right, Pearls. There's no sign in it it's in the photo from 7 years ago either. they were building the Hope space probe here at the time. The murder occurred at the space probe. The murder occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room. So it's long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh? Oh, this is the other. This is what it looked like. Oh, I know I wasn't going crazy. I know I wasn't going crazy. In the bomb photo, the bomb photo, 7-K, that is pieces of the moon rock. That's it. I knew it. That is, or maybe not pieces of the moon. Oh, what did I say, moon rock? That's pieces of her background stuff. I'm getting so excited. 7-K. I don't think it's moon rock, but 7-K right there. Stuff that was. This is the remnants of the bomb that blew up the courtroom. 7-K has the same pattern as the stuff on that pedestal next to the katana. So even more proof that whoever blew up the current who blew up the courtroom. No, it wasn't the courtroom. Well, yes, it was the courtroom. Who put the other bomb in the space shuttle that did not detonate until it detonated in the courtroom in episode 1 has pieces of this thing there. Yes. Trying to word that was almost impossible. It's missing though. Unless, is that the moon rock though? Because they're talking about the moon rock, but we haven't actually seen a picture of the moon rock. We just see the capsule. What if that is the moon rock? Because it's not in this picture, and they said the moon rock was gone long before this picture was taken. Oh my god, I'm so stressed. Okay. Yes, you can see the stolen moon rock there too. Wait, is that the moon rock? That's strange black and yellow. I need to just finish reading the conversations. Okay, so 7-K is part of the moon rock. That is it right there. That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture. Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. And they say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. I have to sneeze. Sorry. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there. So the person who stole it, think it was our spy? Thank you. I'm sure of it. Dr. Sykes was probably killed because she was a roadblock in their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackwell is the culprit. Okay. It's about as cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench. Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. See the cute little food processor? That isn't the food processor, Pearls. That's the Hope capsule. It was scheduled to be loaded onto the Hope space pod that fateful day. The 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body. The first on the scene, huh? A staff member and 2 police officers, right? And they were here to collect the capsule, which reminds me. So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yeah, more or less. Hey, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Pollen or a black quill? I wonder what they're talking about. Edgeworth, did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule? Oh, you mean this? It's a custom-made shock-resistant bag. But how did he know? Oh, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all. So he's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he? It was at the crime scene 7 years ago. It was launched into space and only returned to Earth a few days ago. Okay. What's this? A giant robot arm? Maybe?
It's pretty big for an arm, but you're right. I think these thin parts here are finger bones. They're even about as long as my legs.
And there's a spiked ball and a giant drill on the floor, too. Is Aura trying to build some kind of weapon of mass destruction?
Maybe she wants to use it to demolish a big building or something.
I can picture her gleefully tearing down the street doing just that. I better not think about it anymore. Okay. What's this? It looks like a giant power plug. It's attached to what looks like an electric vehicle charging station.
That's a charging station for us robots. We come here periodically and charge ourselves up.
Wow, machines that maintain themselves. That's pretty cool. If our batteries run out and we lose consciousness,
we never know what Miss Aura will do to us while we're down, you see.
And if it motivates quite like fear, huh? Okay, just looking at everything else before I hit the last thing. On this side, at least. Here. Hold on, y'all. Okay, I'm back, y'all. All right, let's investigate this piece of equipment here. Hey, look at this row of rolling cases. I bet the wheels make it easier for people to move heavy research materials around.
I bet they'd be fun to ride around in. We could even probably both fit into the biggest one.
I know, we could have Prosecutor Edgeworth push us. I don't trust him not to push us down a flight of stairs. Absolutely right, he would. Alright. So based off of the picture that we saw of Black Quill, he's standing over here when he picks up the katana. But notice how that cart is on the left? In the picture, that cart's on the right, and whatever is on the arm. Huh. The arm is covered up. That arm is not on that table. Does that arm belong to one of the robots? It's red. Ponko? Did Aura have one of the robots murder her? An emergency ladder. This must be the one they used during the evacuation. The explosion disabled the elevators, so I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. As Miss Blackwell was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprit inside. I wonder which would have been scarier, that or looking down. It was lowered to the ground from the window of the 4th floor robotics lab. It was used to evacuate Space Center personnel. Looks like an operating table. It's in the photo too. Yes, it was here then as well, with the victim's body lying on it.
There's a button here. Oh, I know. I'll try pushing it.
Pearls! Don't touch the—
Oopsie.
Oh god. Hey, it's moving. It appears to be a robot assembly device.
Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
Please don't push any more buttons, Pearls. Okay, so it's just creating that now. Okay. Oh, this? I wonder if that's the thing that was on the floor. Aura's desk is a mess, though that doesn't surprise me.
Ooh, I just want to dive in and straighten it up.
Wait, before you do.
Metis.
Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. It's Metis Sykes. Fonko, can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal. You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright? If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face area. Hey, don't put me in the same class as that woman. What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident? When Mother died, Miss Aura was confused. Huh? So he calls Dr. Sykes mother, but Aura Blackwell Miss Aura? With the loss, she exhibited a severe catecholaminé imbalance.
Excuse me? I have no idea what that means.
Pardon me, searching for an alternative expression. She would spend the nights crying and then take out her feelings on those around us. Dang, if she's... But then maybe Aura didn't kill her then. If she's that distraught over the death of her coworker, then she didn't do it. No way. Ah, but then who did? In the picture.
she stabbed? Someone stabbed her. On this table that's no longer there. I don't know. That's just plot hole stuff. But there is a robot's arm there covered up in bandages. And the bottom part of it, that would, like the arm socket, is covered in red, possibly blood as well. I don't know if that means anything. Who could have killed her? It couldn't have been Clay, because he wasn't even I mean, he was there, but he wasn't actually working there yet. They just liked him enough. Could Solomon Starbuck have done it? Was it actually Yuri Cosmos? Oh, this is so stressful. My mans. No friend and former prosecutor against whom I fought many courtroom battles. Chief prosecutor. Ah. After Prosecutor Blacker was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well. That is correct, but without new evidence, her requests were ignored. And then, little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura. Aww. Mama Aura and Mama Sykes. And before long, she started hating the court system and abusing Clonko, huh? That murder destroyed so many lives. Right. Take a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes and Miss Blackwell's research. Ponko and Clonko. They're the robots with hearts that Dr. Sykes created. Can determine the presence of a human with their heartbeat detection system. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag. Can also recognize a person by facial features once the face has been registered. Can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice and communicate with them. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag. A heartbeat detection system lets them determine when a human is present. In addition, they can recognize people by their ID tag or facial features. And they can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing. Hey, I don't know, Edgeworth. They might even be more human than you. Oh, Phoenix got jokes. Phoenix got jokes on Edgeworth. What's that supposed to mean? It kind of sounds like these robots can do what Adina does. He explains the recognition and communication features of the Ponko series of robots. Well, I guess that's about it for this room. So what do you think, Wright? Any ideas? There are still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow. After all, you asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right, Edgeworth? What? He did?
Yep. He called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred. Hold on. What did I didn't process what I just read. The Destiny evidence, but I'll pull out some. After all, you asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right? Called a special request. He reached me while I was still disbarred. Dang, so like 5 years ago or something like that, he had called Phoenix, who was fired from being a lawyer, and was like, hey, I need you to prove Blackwell's innocence, even though you can't work. That's wild.
So that was what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back?
Yep. The Blackwell case. How interesting. So you only got the job back because Edgeworth asked you to. Right. I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion. Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? I haven't been one for a long time. That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up, and you must be eager to return. I'm sure you're familiar with the other case that ushered in the dark age of the law. Why did I say that? Law? Very soon, a convict will stand as a prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him. Aw, just when I'm beginning to actually like the job I have now. Right. I'm sorry. So that happened before the events of this game, but after the events of last game. Yeah. Okay. Right. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of the espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details. Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I said on the phone the other day. I know that the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries anymore. It looks like your target finally decides to make a move. Yeah, it's for the very reason I returned. Time to bring it to an end. I'm going to end the dark age of the law. That's what this is all about. How fancy, I will feed you later. The dark age of the law. It sure comes up a lot these days on TV and in the papers. And I hear there are more false charges and fabrication of evidence than ever. When I became chief prosecutor, the court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. A year before the events. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence. And a year after that, the prosecutor was found guilty of a murder. Wait, do you mean... That's right. He's talking about my case and Prosecutor Blackwell's. 8 years ago was the last game. Yes. It was a downward spiral after that. An absolute nightmare. No more bum raps. After those 2 cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted, and before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it. It's such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors were supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together. It's so sad when people begin to cast doubt. They start lying to themselves and each other. Yes, and do absolutely anything to win. We're in an age now where winning is valued more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest. Is it just me, or did his brows get even more furrowed than the last time I saw him? The hostage taker's disdain for the courts is a perfect example of the times. I'm sure it is. Or it sure is. Do you have any idea who the hostage taker might be? Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and who can manipulate robots. It can really only be Aura Blackwell. Who else but her would want a retrial of that case from 7 years ago so badly? Simon Blackwell's older sister and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she intended to force Miss Sykes to confess. Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. The important thing is for you to solve UR1 and prove Blackwell's innocence. And then maybe she'll release the hostages. I'm counting on you, Wright, to set that prosecutor and those hostages free. And I'll be counting on you in court to help me too. Of course. I'll do everything I can to help uncover the truth. And this isn't an official trial. I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox. I don't know what that means. I don't trust that. Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation? Yeah, but I'd like you to tell the hostage taker something for me. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I talk to Athena. She's already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center. So I'm still being watched, huh? I'll see you in court, Edgeworth. Ah, he did the thing where he pushed his glasses up. Even if it will be an undocumented trial, it'll be good to face you in court again. She was right by my son only a few short hours ago. But I feel like I haven't seen her in ages. Oh, Mr. Wright. And Pearly, too.
I knew you would come. After all, the first step is the interview with the defendant.
And because you're my friend, and I was worried about you.
Thanks, boss.
I'm not the only one who's worried either.
Really? Who else?
I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself. She came to find me. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place.
Oh, so you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you.
That's all right, but there are some other things I'd like to ask you.
Sure, you can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you.
Well, I feel like you would have a lot to say about this.
I wonder if I'll ever get the chance to present evidence like that again. I'll probably never work as a lawyer again now.
Don't talk like that, Athena. We're going to clear you of all suspicion. Just you wait.
I hope you can. I really hope you can.
Like autonomy? No. What about a picture of your mother? No, you don't even want to see that. Okay. The day of the crime. Tell me about the day Clay was murdered.
I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum.
Right where the culprit fled to? That's not good.
I never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. That must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that. So I went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions. This was before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that said closed for repairs and they weren't letting anybody in.
Yeah, the director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there.
But I snuck in anyway.
Did you want to see that Hat 1 group photo? The one with your mother in it?
I did. But what I really wanted to see was her jacket.
That jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes? I figured. The newspaper clipping a photo of the people involved with the launch and the jacket worn by Dr. Sykes.
But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow, but I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows where people couldn't really see me.
Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave?
How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena? I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into the boarding lounge too. My mind must have still been fuzzy because my memory is vague after that.
I don't remember how I got home. No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough.
Which means, what if I'm the one who killed Clay?
I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. So during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course I believe her. But will anybody else? What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing?
Machines that could tell people's emotions by their tone of voice. And my special ability. Someday, when people travel to distant planets, their companions would be robots. So she said they had to be able to understand how their human companions felt. Wow, robots that can understand people. I was just a convenient subject for her research. All she ever did was work, and she never paid any attention to me. Oh, sorry about that. Dredging up the old stuff.
No need to apologize. I guess her own life was complicated. Oh, by the way, Miss Wood said something about you always wearing headphones?
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. I had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much, but she wouldn't listen. What were they for? Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation. But I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand.
Okay, but let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research.
I want to believe that. But just about the only things my mother left me with are widget and this earring. Ooh, it's beautiful. It's made of a piece of real moon rock she had for research.
Oh, really?
Maybe she did love me in her own way.
I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did. Because that's what I want to believe too. An earring that Dr. Sykes gave to Adina. The stone was cut from a real moon rock that was being used for research. I better ask her a little more about her mother's research. I should show her that paper I found in a robotics lab. This one?
Oh, the Ponko series. You must have gone to the robotics lab.
You seem to really love Ponko and Klonko.
Yeah, my mother made them, and I grew up around them, you know?
Okay. On that table, right there, that robotic arm, that is the same robotic arm that Ponko is wearing. That robotic arm that Ponko has is on the table when Blackwell was holding the katana after Dr. Sykes was murdered.
Oh, there's one of those cute little robots in this photo too.
Haha, see Ponko's bandages? I put those on her. See, every time I talk about it, then it's discussed in the dialogue.
I just wound them around and around. Pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. I hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Junie. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. I thought that if a robot broke, bandaging up would help it get better.
What a weirdo I was.
It looks like there's something written on those bandages. Yeah, I wrote stuff like, "Get well soon, Ponko." But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me what she could do. A little girl who grew up around robots. She seemed to have some good memories of it.
On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the Space Center?
Yes, a little.
And this person has even taken hostages? I guess I better spare her the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago.
What? You're kidding me. So that means Prosecutor Blackwell might...
Yep. I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So wait, did you know him back then?
Yes. He used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases.
He was very kind and considerate and straight as an arrow. Unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes. That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago.
Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her.
I was a fool. How could anyone else know what I was talking about? She heard the voice of his heart. Oh.
You were only 11 then, right? You were very brave just to give testimony.
Pearls is right. You did the very best you could at the time. But nothing I said did any good. I was shaking and scared little girl. Small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed close up in my shell.
But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful.
Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. When I studied it, I felt like she was there with me, supporting me. It doesn't seem like Adina knows that Prosecutor Blackwell is due to be executed tomorrow. I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I wanted to fly out here and go save him. Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial. She mentioned there was somebody she wanted to save. She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackwell. I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say? No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Adina? He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent.
He was?
I wonder if he smiled like he used to. Back then. If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Adina will ever forgive me. I just have to free him. Failure is not an option here. Ah, I thought you might be here, Mr. Lawyer. We're in trouble. We are? What is it? I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session.
Oh no, but this is an emergency.
It's very difficult to interrupt the trial once it's underway. My phone. It's from Trucy. I told you I'd give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages. No, wait. We still have a little more time. Besides, all of the courtrooms are being used right now. Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get more time. Your daughter's first. The poor thing. She's a little too young to die, don't you think? No, don't you dare hurt her. This would be something I could do. Use the busted courtroom from the explosion. The cruelest injustice is about to befall us.
No, this can't be happening. Mystic Maya, help us.
Wait a minute. Maya. I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom? That must have been really something, although weird is par for the course review. The courtroom blew up. That's it. There is a courtroom we can still use, after all. Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her?
Hold it!
Aura, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed. So you know who I am, do you? It was like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway. We're ready to start the trial. Ah, shit. We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4. The one blown up by the bomber.
Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick.
I never would have thought of that. An astonishing trial is an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting. I'll go get the place ready right away. You didn't exactly pick the place for its astonishing factor. How about it? Are you ready to have your brother's innocence proven?
My brother?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention? It's not Simon you'll be defending. What? Not Prosecutor Blackwell? I indict Adina Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother.
You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass.
What?
See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Wright. What is she talking about? Adina? Of course. Why didn't it ever occur to me before? If Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent, somebody else had to have been the true culprit. Did I kill my own mother? No. No! Oh, Jesus! That's 5 locks!
No way. It can't be true.
Mr. Nick, what's the matter?
I see 5 black psych locks. I've seen these kinds of locks before. Dark, black locks protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. And there's no way to remove them. God. Do you think the murder was an accident? Like, she's sitting on the operating table where they make the robots. Do you think that thing came out and murdered the mother by accident? Robots killed her? Her own robot killed her. Her own robot killed her. Or the murderer gaslit her into thinking it was her fault. Yeah. I was like, I still suspect Aura, but she's going so far out of her way to prove her brother's innocence. She's become depressed. She's not the person she used to be. She takes her aggression out on the robots. She cries all at night because her coworker's dead. Like, all signs show that she's innocent. So I really don't know. Yeah, young, easy to manipulate. But someone picked up that katana and stabbed her. And there's a robot arm on the table that looks a little bloody, and his palm goes. Oh man, I don't know. Also, that was a really, really long investigation day. Normally I do investigation day 1, trial day 2, or trial day 1. And the next stream is investigation day 2, trial day 2. But this is still day 1, so this is about to be a long stream because we're going to the investigation. Or the trial, I mean.
I did a little research. I looked into the special psych locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick.
You did? That's great. I really appreciate it.
A red psych lock protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide.
See, consciously trying to hide.
If the person votes on the questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out.
Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos.
But a black psych lock protects psyche?
Hold on. Okay, anyway.
But a black psyche lock protects a secret from the deepest place in the person's heart. A secret that the person isn't even consciously aware of. So that might can go along with what you theorize, Savvy, that she was gaslit into thinking it was her fault, manipulated, young age. She was only 11 years old. So even they don't know it's there. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. Traumatic experience. Her brain's blocked out the traumatic memories. Okay, so all I have to do is break the psyche locks. According to my research, a black psyche lock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul. In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. She can have a mental breakdown if we don't do this properly. Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden. Alright, but will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick? I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all my focus and strength. And you can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back. No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls. Alright, I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick. Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. Not Clonco at the stand immediately. Courts, or some facsimile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes. Not a fast... Is this or... Old man, this is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap. Please try not to upset Miss Blackwell. I'm begging you. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. Ah! He did the thing! He's doing the thing! He didn't call me a circus, but he did the gesture. To see that in 3D is great. Oh man, I love this man. I can't even. You swooning? I'm swooning. My face is red. I know it is. Got me blushing in my office. This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce. Edgeworth, you're supposed to be nice. You're supposed to be nice. Please don't antagonize them. What did you say? Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to his honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law. I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind that case today. Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled and the glory shall be restored to the court system. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, Wright, but the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes in the court of murder in the first degree. Oh, God damn it, Edgeworth. Edgeworth!
You said he was on my side, and I know you're just doing your job, but God. Uh-oh, anime cutscene.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready. Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
He did the thing. Please, I need them to actually animate the Phoenix Wright into an anime. Like, I know there is an anime, it's like 2 seasons, but it only covers like the first 2 games or something like that. Like, I need them to cover all of the games, 1 game per season. Why is the courtroom still a mess? Ain't this a hazard? Someone call OSHA. No, really. Need a full season? Yeah, I need them to like remake the anime. This immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. It's like the 4th game and half of the 5th game didn't even happen, and we're just going up against each other again. Or no, I can't even say that. This is like picking up right after the 1st game. Because in the 2nd game, we had Franny as our prosecutor, and the 3rd game was Godot. And then the 4th one was the German dude. It's not actually German or whatever. But even Edgeworth game, please. Oh, I'm so excited to get to those games after I finish the 6th Ace Attorney game. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackpool of false accusations and to end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. The true culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the spy. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. No need for the Chief Prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I am here as a simple prosecutor. Okay, he looked fine with the glasses, but he's taking them off, and I'm just brought back to the 1st game and how fine this man is. And just, I'm reminded over and over and over again how he became husbando instantly. I love this man. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself. In all the trials I've ever seen, only the prosecutor gives an opening statement. Of course, you're right. I was just joking. Just having a little fun. So he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October 7th. The victim, psychologist Meta Sykes, was killed in this robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athena's mother, Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were 2 deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. 1, Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And 2, this photo was captured the moment of the crime. Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now hurry up and call the witness. Excuse me, Miss Blackquill, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know.
Ah, he has his arms out.
He's calling me a circus. Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial's sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly and sitting for too long can't be good for your back. Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see. The prosecutor calls his first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? And just who is this witness anyway? Betcha is Yuri Cosmos. Oh. Okay, that's Fulbright. Bobby Fulbright's name, in justice we trust. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackquill. She says she's too busy with what's confining and threatening the hostages and all. Aura's gonna get, like, arrested and sent to jail for this hostage situation after this is all over. And that doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Conco.
I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you.
Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackquill has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. I have here Miss Blackquill's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go. Aura Blackquill's theory. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time they say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Adina Sykes. And that's Miss Blackquill's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentions, there were other ruling cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for travel. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different sizes. At the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackquill used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that too. You see, there are security cameras in the corridor that lead to the robotics lab. And that camera captured the footage of Blackquill leaving the scene with the case. Blackquill. I can see why the footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. Very convincing, that's for sure. Video showing the corridor to the crime scene. Blackquill was the only one that passed through at the time of the crime. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside of the Space Center grounds. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Adina Sykes found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackquill most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. You know what I'm thinking of? Probably Adina was there at the time of the crime, witnessed the crime, too traumatizing that she blacked out. And Blackquill probably found her and found his mentor too, dead. And probably just like took her back to her room, Adina, I mean, so that Adina wouldn't be there. And Adina probably has like no memory of that or whatever, or is like locked behind trauma memories that her brain is blocking and all that stuff. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony, and there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi? That is what the evidence is saying, yes. I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused's mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course, the girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Adina Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court. The ability to read emotions from speech, and the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any problem, researching it. I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughters to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting? I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. Ah! Order in the court. What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could. Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes. We shouldn't be able to cross-examine this guy. Like, homegirl should be in the spot. Alright, Simon is in the murder, and he was trying to cover for someone.
Hold it!
So, Prosecutor Blackwell willingly accepted a death sentence to protect someone else. Yes, that is precisely what Miss Blackwell appears to believe. And that is what I believe as well. Prosecutor Blackwell is no murderer, Mr. Wright. But Adina Sykes certainly didn't kill anyone either, Mr. Edgeworth. So it appears neither of us can afford to go easy on the other. Fine, I expected no less. Ooh, I remember this tense atmosphere. It's so invigorating. I'm only reading notes here, but yeah, I feel extra invigorated too, so let's keep going. I'm invigorated as well. Someone else was at the scene at the time they say Simon committed this murder.
Hold it!
But that's just speculation.
Objection!
No, Miss Blackwell has proper grounds for her claims.
Objection!
Then why didn't you say so in the first place?
Objection!
You're the one who screamed, "Hold it," and cut me off. Fine. So maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny weeny bit? Ha 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 ha. Now I know what they mean when they say close enough to argue. Moving on. They're arguing like a married couple right now. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case?
Hold it!
This rolling case. I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackwell in it? Ah, that one is missing in that picture. What was absent when the crime scene photos were taken? Yes, that's the one. And Miss Blackwell has drawn a conclusion from these two photos. She has? And what is that conclusion? You're the one with her notes. Oh, right. Of course. I'm reading them now. So why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why.
Hold it!
And how do you propose he hid a person inside one of those cases? Have you forgotten that we saw just such a thing only the other day? At your own daughter's magic show? She fit a grown person into a small box. Have you forgotten that we saw just such a thing only the other day? Him and Phoenix went to one of Trucy's magic shows together? Why is Edgeworth going to Trucy's magic shows? Oh yeah, I had to ruin the memory of a good day. A magic show. I wish you would have thought to invite me. Actually, I would like to go too. My apologies. I'll invite you both next time. I promise. So, wait a minute. What were we talking about again? Prosecutor Blackwell was using the case to hide someone. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Adina Sykes. It's a clever theory, but it doesn't look like they have any solid proof. if I push, maybe I can uncover some flaws in it. Alright, so we need to think about our actions here. So I'm thinking, let's see. Only person small enough to fit in that case was Adina Sykes.
Hold it!
That's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case? Maybe a robot? There is a robot arm on the table that's not there in the updated pictures. I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was an egg shape and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock.
Objection!
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in that case? Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Yikes. Give a guy some time to think. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through what could have been in that case? Yeah. We're bluffing. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. I just have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat. Ooh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory. If it's true, that is. This is the crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with the photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. The arm. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of those photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now. All right then, Mr. Wright. Let us hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder? The arm that I've been talking about.
Take that!
Please notice that there's a robot part on top of the cart in this photo. Music stop, I'm right. However, in the photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which, what are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball. Stingy, stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Your Honor, about this robot part, doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there? Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just the moon rock and a robot arm. Was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Adina in the case, then maybe... I believe there's another robot at the scene that looks just like this one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was the other robot that was in the case. What? I just noticed that Conco's on our box. You can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. No, we got picture proof, though. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is.
Objection!
I know for a fact that it's a robot's arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not. But Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belonged to. The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Psyche who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko. Order in the court. Order, I say. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this? I can see that the robot is about the same size as a child, but it cannot grab its knees and curl itself up into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the case, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there. The case does come up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. Oh wait, that's the judge. The case does come up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that. They've got me there. So then, did Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit into the case by dismantling her? Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside the rolling case. But how would he have dismantled her, though, if the body is on the table? It appears to be a robot assembling device.
Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. Sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Objection!
Except that there was a body on the table where the robots are dismantled and assembled. Exactly. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead? You mean the sword? Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of very tough material. A blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation. You can't mean. That is exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead of a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Ah. Most likely the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. I'm not hearing this. Therefore, what was transported inside the case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes was never at the scene at the time of the murder. Ah! My head! My head! My body! Where am I? Ah! Order! Order in the court! It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder. And I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards. Photo shows Blackwell taking the robot apart. There's a blood stain on the end of the robot. She said, it's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder. Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully I got at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent.
Objection!
Uh-oh. Well played, Mr. Wright. You made your point abundantly clear. I can see that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. Alright. What's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight. Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor. My claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Ponko and Miss Sykes could have both been inside the case, or that case.
Objection!
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense. Ashworth, he's been one step ahead of me this whole time. In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body as if he were holding something or someone. What? No. That's hardly evidence. I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape. A blood stain with a distinctive shape. Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there is only one in the world, a special pair of headphones made just for her. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. Oh yeah, that's Woods. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Analysis showed the blood stain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, there was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones and then was imprinted on Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp. A most gruesome stamp indeed. Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Dana Sykes was, without question, present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument. Ah! Order! If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicions against her.
Objection!
But we also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well.
Objection!
I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that the simple robot was the real murderer. I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time? No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand. A robot witness. Order. Order in the court. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this? Mr. Wright has called a manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. All manner of witnesses to the stand. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me any more of him. Very well, I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko.
Yes, I realize that. But when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness.
No, I'm not. I'm Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko.
What an utterly inflexible little robot. You're the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible. You remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious. Alright, Ponko. I'm gonna ask you some questions. Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions? I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Meta Sykes. It was 7 years ago on the 7th of October around 2 p.m. in a robotics lab.
Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab.
It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all. This is great. I just knew Ponko's must have seen something important. A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable. The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild. So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony today? what I saw. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There is no data after that point. That doesn't help Athena at all. Well, it sounds like the defendant was without question at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder. I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. What? At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that the witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited. So what are you suggesting? The witness's statement needs to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child. They don't, but... Yes, what this witness statements are telling us is that the defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon during this moment. What? Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse? Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised. Spoke very loudly. We could interpret this to mean they argued. I see. Murder after a heated argument, and then the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. I wonder if the mother was accidentally murdered then? However, Pongo doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that. When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory. You may as well admit defeat now, right? Cross-examination would be useless. Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless. Until now, think about it. Robots don't lie. And this robot is both an important witness and a valuable evidence at the same time. Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination. I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time. Very well, even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright. I'll show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge.
Hold it!
Your regular recharge? What is that exactly? I have to refill my battery's power or else I stop working. I go to the lab to do that. So that recharge occurred around 2 p.m. around the time of the murder? That's right. I go every day at 2 p.m. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Menace.
Hold it!
Hugged her, huh? Which Edgeworth took to me, stabbed her with a weapon. You said the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother, is that right? Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying. Couldn't tell? Even though they were speaking so loudly? I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me. If it listened to every voice, it would be little better than a mobile eavesdropper. Well, that explains why some of Ponko's testimony is so vague. It's a shame that a little friend wasn't listening in, however. We could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that? And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything.
Hold it!
I don't want to delve too deeply here, but could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment? Mommy Metis was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound. Heard her heart? Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robotics have a heartbeat detection system. Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. Can't determine... Oh, they detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But wait a minute. That means If Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment. Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could he still hear the sound of her heartbeat? Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then. Of all the unlucky timing, if you had heard anything after that, it could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder. I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry. The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it doesn't appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing. After Mommy Menace's heart started pounding, in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room. Huh? The round window on the workbench side of the room? So the opposite side, where the katana is. The workbench, huh? Poncho must be talking about that table to the right of where that giant robot is now. Is there something critical in Ponko's statement just now? Definitely. Your Honor, I believe the statement is critical. I'd like it added to her testimony. Very well. Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl. Mommy Menace fell down near the round window on the workbench side of the room. But she died on the left side of the room, so...
Hold it!
Let's see. There are 2 round windows in the robotics lab. Which one did you mean? The one on the right, near the hanging scroll? The hanging scroll was Mommy Menace's prized possession. By the hanging scroll... where the moon rock would be. Okay, in the picture of the crime scene from 7 years ago, there is definitely a hanging scroll and a Japanese theater mask hanging on a workbench side wall. But is there some problem with the statement? After I charged up, I was cleaning the room and Mr. Simon came in.
Hold it!
Prosecutor Blackwell? I wonder what he went there for. His objective? I don't know. I guess I can't very well ask Ponko to speculate. So what happened after Prosecutor Blackwell arrived? And then an error occurred. There is no data after that point. Because you got destroyed.
Hold it!
You don't remember what happened next? An error, huh? I wonder if all data is suddenly cut off at that point. I don't know anything after that. The answer to that question is right here. According to the defense's theory, this photo shows when the robot was being taken apart. Exactly. We can conclude that Pongo's error was the result of her being dismantled. Indeed. The bodies of these robots are designed to be controlled remotely by a separate computer. Yes, this is basically what Miss Blackwell explained to us too. She said their hearts and memories are stored on a separate computer. When a witness was taken apart, she lost the use of her body, but not her memories. That's how she is now able to give testimony about the events of that day. Fascinating. It's as if she can be seriously wounded, but her soul still burns. There are a few parts of Pongo's testimony that are hard to interpret. Edward chose to interpret hug as stabbed, but I better try to iron out who did what, where, and to whom for myself. Hold on. Adina, I'm going to save you. Alright, so if she fell down, they hug, and she claps by the windows where the scroll is, then someone moved her body because she is at the operating table.
Objection!
Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough. I was helpful. Hooray! I'm so happy. Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table. But the operating table and the workbench are two different locations. Exactly, Your Honor. We just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the two very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. The victim moved. The defendant moved the body. Ah, well, the victim moved. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult, so the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder. Phew, I am very relieved to hear that. I'm glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here. Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother, nothing more.
Objection!
Right. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever. Green? But I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit. Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say? If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her. But Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there. I agree. Since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. Then who do you suggest moved the body? Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Ponko, allow me to ask you a question.
My name is Ponko. Say it with me, Ponko.
Or Panko. I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down? Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table?
Yes, I did. Athena asked me to.
Oh. Athena asked you to? And what did you move, little Ponko?
I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is.
And her jacket was on the floor. An ID tag, you say?
Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is.
That paper in the lab did mention something about that.
Recognizes people by scanning their suit, spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag, it said.
So it would appear that Miss Panko here can't identify what it moved.
My name is Ponko.
But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not? We do. Well, I do at the very least. Miss Panko, on the defendant's command, moved the body onto the operating table. Gah! Ponko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell?
I don't know.
Without an ID tag, I can't tell. You should be able to. It says in the notes that can also recognize a person by facial features once the face has been registered. How could it have not been registered then? Give it up, Wright. If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it draped over a chair in the robotics lab, and only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object.
Objection!
But Pongo's equipped with facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim's body, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't. So that means
Objection!
a face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes. He's right. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench, then using the robot, she moved the body to the table where she removed the sword and was stained in blood. Order. But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well. What? You can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions blind you to the truth. You can learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table and one special feature? I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there. Isn't that right? That's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds.
But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me what she could do.
You can't possibly be suggesting. This young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robot from people. Let's take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. Reminds me of my own grandchild.
No way.
I refuse to believe it. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace. Prosecutor Edworth, if you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can. With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table.
Hold it!
No, don't say another word. Just stop. Was to dismantle the evidence so that she can get away with her crime. That can't be true. Oh, true. Order in the court. Order in the court, I say. Edgeworth, she was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing? Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth, no more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility.
Objection!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way. What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts, the facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged. This just can't be true. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim? Evidence. Right. Let's see. Can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now, accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough. What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Ezra's argument seems solid enough, but there's no way Adina could have ever done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something, but I can't think of a single thing. Oh, shit. Prosecutor Blackwell! This is quite the farce you are conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackwell? What are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on, we're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? But what is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here? 7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and don't think you can alter that fact now. Your baldness, I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer. Oh, of course, Prosecutor Blackwell. Please go ahead. Oh, boy. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was. But little Ponko here witnessed the victim falling. In other words...
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. Which would be... She fell. She fell. Merely that. A mother and a child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either. Of course, meaning she must have left the room. So the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony. You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Objection!
Then how do you explain that? Explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something. Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. She always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved the heavy robot for Athena. And what robot could it have been? Blackwell. This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying even now to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize we could bring the dark age of law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down into hell? Ugh. Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over. Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder? That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If you don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx. Oh, no, God. Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her? Miss Blackwell. Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackwell. You selfish. Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict. Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago?
I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out here and go save him.
No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Oh God. Athena! Athena? What are you feeling okay? I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something. If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Her power might be just the thing to get us through this.
Objection!
Sykes, don't know. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
Objection! These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial? Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. Even now, every time I stand in the courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares, so scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now.
And yet you found a way to keep your fears at bay and become a lawyer. Or became a lawyer.
Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I study psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction.
But Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You were the accused after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent then...
The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and to face the truth.
Athena's being so brave confronting her past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago. Fine, but your efforts will surely be in vain, for I am not a man who can be cut down easily.
Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart.
I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. Oh, he angry. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was.
His emotions are very guarded, and his defenses are way up. He stills his will, as if he will never let his secrets be known.
Oh, I don't know about that. We've got a couple of strong wills on our side too. Prosecutor Blackwell isn't a killer, and we're going to prove it.
But what was he trying to do that day, if we approached it from that angle? I bet we could find an emotion that just doesn't add up.
Alright, anger. Happy. In anger. Happy. It's gotta be this one here.
When he got to the robotics lab, he found Adina there and said, why is he happy and angry at the same time? I think it's this one. This feeling of happiness, even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple. When I was looking for Adina and haven't found her yet, I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved, and merely that. Just now you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead? I had no intention of harming Adina, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that. Gah. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto. I was afraid of that. We'll just have to keep chopping away at him then, bit by bit. Could he update his testimony then, Adina? You got it, boss. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. Angry. When I found Adina in the robotics lab, I was relieved, happy. But I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And when she did, I plunged the katana in. Yeah, why are you sad about that now?
Got it!
Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell. What? When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorry for Adina and her circumstances. God, can't be talking about that, can he? I was just a convenient subject for her research. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objective was to save Adina from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. What? I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Adina playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in a robotics lab next door. Was Adina being subjected to yet another experiment? I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Adina had cried herself to sleep, so all they had to do was wait and kill. So that's why he was relieved when he saw Adina. But is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe. Mr. Wright? How are you doing, Adina? Still hanging in there? I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now, take a look at this. The noise level actually increased. Oh, bruh. It went up. I've never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claim sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I could find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotion. There are no flaws in my testimony, and his baldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause and let the law free me of these chains already.
Objection!
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions. What should I tackle first? Oh boy, should probably go after, should I do this testimony? I guess it probably doesn't matter. I probably should do both, right? This testimony. Okay, let's present some evidence here. Got it, boss. But if you want to go back to looking for inconsistent motions, just let me know. I can easily switch back. I heard crying. Oh. Okay, maybe I should go back and do the emotions first. Next door. Of course, I was worried. I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. But before I could lead Adina out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sex came in. I refused to hand Adina over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. I found an inconsistent statement, press evidence to the contrary. Contradicting his testimony, though? Mr. Wright? If we can't find an contradictory testimony, we could look for inconsistent motions. Yeah, let's try his emotions. Okay, so maybe we better look for inconsistent motions now.
Coming right up.
I heard crying from next door. Of course I was worried. So he's sad and surprised. I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. But before I could lead Adina out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Adina over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. Oh boy. Would it be... It's gotta be this one. He hurried over, opened the door. Like, why would he be surprised at this?
Got it!
Oh, good. How odd. Why would he register surprise at opening the door to the lab? Alright, fine. I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well my plan to rescue Adina. She couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it? That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko up with the katana that was there in the lab. That radio puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade.
Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now.
Oh my god, he's 100%. It's at 100% now. What's going on here?
Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate.
It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are as sharp and strong as a katana. Alright, what should I tackle first this time? His emotions then? Or no, his testimony. He said that Ponko attacked him, but Ponko didn't have no memory of that at all. I don't know how to prove that though. I think there might be an inconsistency in Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony.
Alright, let's give it a thorough check then.
With a feeling of dread, I opened the robotics lab door. Just then, Ponko attacked me. I retaliated by cutting it into pieces. But before I could lead Adina out of there, first by luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Adina over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. Ponko's arm had blood on it from the katana. There's no way. This has gotta be it.
Objection!
Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Take a look at this photo. That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many more times must I see that which damned me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the bloodstain at the end of Ponko's arm, where it was severed with the katana? I hope you aren't claiming that's the robotic's blood, Mr. Wright. No, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it, so then it must have been the victim's blood. That's right, but if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture. What? But that couldn't be. Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell, now. You have no idea what you're doing.
His voice. There's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something.
Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave. Prosecutor Blackwell, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom?
All these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings.
Following the sound of crying, I opened the lab door and then I saw that terrible scene. Before I could lead Adina out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I had no choice but to kill my mentor.
Ugh. This voice, it hurts to even listen to it. He's been living with this pain inside him for all these years.
And the root of it all is hidden somewhere in his testimony, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. Please hurry. Please set him free, Mr. Wright.
Oh gosh, but I mean...
But...
I saw that terrible scene. How would I know, though? They're all lighting up. Something must have happened here, though. He saw something. What's causing? Oh, what? Adina? Ponko? Causing strong emotions? Adina?
Got it!
When you opened the door and saw Adina, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor? You should know better. This was a guess. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it. Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now can't you find it within yourself to believe it in me too? Adina is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true? Right, Dono? I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door. Curse you, Phoenix Wright. What did he see? It was a tragedy. One I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Adina. She smiled with a far-off look in her eyes as she sweetly said,
Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her.
That's what I saw. And now you have it. Truth that you so desperately wanted. No. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth. And this is what it is? It's beyond devastating.
I tried to take my mother apart? I... No! So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother.
Adina! As I said, right? Truth isn't always pretty. Murder, dissembly on an operating table. Science is using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Adina didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspersions on my mentor by claiming Adina was used in such a manner that the sex could be awkward with people. But she loved her daughter with all her heart.
She loved me?
Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much?
Yes. My head hurt every time I wore them.
No, Adina. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of the people around you. Your power was much stronger than it is now. And those headphones was what enabled you to carry on with everyday life.
No, that can't be true. Then why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much?
Her love for you was real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew that what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame for yourself. You took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Ponko was a witness, so I put it into a case, held Adina close, and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute, and I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. It would seem that we now have all the facts of this case.
Hold it!
No, not yet. It can't end like this.
Objection!
Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you? I'm not. But this? I can't give up now. I have to say something, anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is prepared to present evidence.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Adina?
it's okay. You can stop now.
I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake. Adina, what are you saying?
I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall?
It appears Miss X is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. what you say, Your Honor. In light of her courage, would the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess? Very well. Then if you would please take the stand, Miss Sykes.
Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end.
Athena. Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared, and the dark age of the law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt and bring everything to its conclusion.
I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty.
I dare say these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe the trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument?
Objection!
I do, Your Honor. Mr. Wright.
But Mr. Wright, why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter argument now is pointless.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
I said that you never changed, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't let your me on the matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Because I can see straight into a person's soul. Right. The psyche locks.
I did a little research. I looked into these special psyche locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself.
There's still a chance. Somewhere deep in Athena's heart. There might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. It might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still. That memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. I hope for everyone's sake that you are not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession?
My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers.
There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. I can just tell. If there is a problem for confession, please prove it to this court now. Oh, okay. A problem confession. Okay. Let's see. Well, the missing moon rock, that obviously has something to still do with the events, right? Has to do that. This weapon, it belonged to the victim. The victim's blood was found. The victim's blood was found only on the blade. Ah, there we go. She said, I remembered the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. The victim's blood was only found on the blade.
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright? Oh, maybe not. I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor.
But I remember it. I remember holding the weapon and getting the blood on my fingers.
That's exactly my point. The blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it. There should be blood on the handle. But please, focus on the handle of the sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, This is clearly in contradiction of the facts.
You're right.
Oh my.
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
But she also said there's no question I remember it, a fact we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memory means? Gladly. Just give me a sec to think of something. I want to say that Adina didn't stab anyone. But she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think. What could the contradiction with Adina's memories mean? The blood was wiped off the weapon? The defendant used a different weapon. Because there's a slash on the jacket, but she's stabbed in the chest. Miss Sykes said the blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So, doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? What are you up to this time? This is it. This time I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana. That much is for sure. So I could show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana. It could help me prove her innocence. A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly? Right, of course he would ask that. And I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did he speak without thinking again, as always? How does he do that? But I can't back down. Not here, not now. That's right, I did. Because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought. What did you say? Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something. Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? A screwdriver? The toolkit? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos? Wait a minute. There is something. There's a high probability that that was in the lab. I don't have that particular weapon here in the evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Other than the katana, this is another blade that may have been in the crime scene. Another blade that may have been in the crime scene? This?
Take that!
Well, that's the murder weapon in Clay's Terran's case. Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this one are issued to Space Center employees. And a robotics lab especially wouldn't actually have one of these around.
Objection!
But besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Objection!
Of course I knew that. Once you told me just now. There's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene, but it didn't contain any blades. Here's a photo of its contents. One's missing. You're right, I don't see any kind of bladed tool. Fine, but there's something odd about the design of these handles. Wait. Is this the same weapon? The weapon that killed Terran is the same knife that killed the mother? Therefore, there are no other bladed weapons in the room.
Objection!
I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife. And what proof do you have of that? And don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You are the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense. Now he's simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. White. Notice that the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them. Hey, Zen. I see that they do. Oh wait, that's just. Oh, I see that they do, but what significance do they have? It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. You locked in now? Is that the very pitiful sense of aesthetic help you come up with? Edgeworth, just let it go, man. Show the court then, if you would. What pattern or design would we see if we were to rearrange these tools? The logo. Which one should I use? The logo's on a few things. We have the book. I think this is better than the pamphlet.
Take that!
What design is this supposed to represent? The Gaiaxa logo, Your Honor. It's on all of the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, Gaiaxa is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. Look at how brightly the AXA logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going. Gaiaxa, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? Ah, I think I see it now, but... Yes. With just the tools as shown in this photo, the red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. If we were to place a utility knife in the open slot, it would complete Gaiax's logo. So it would. Then that means... Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My sixth sense is keener than yours, and while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one. Ugh. Order in the court. Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. Someone. Huh. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes. Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use that utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was a utility knife? Don't be ridiculous. Or are you changing the premise of your entire argument? I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then conceal the knife on her personage until Black Quill carried her away. That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence. If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand, where you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution is attempting to lead the court.
Objection!
You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder? And that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands? They keep saying someone, and not Dr. Sykes. Who could she have stabbed? It's between or Yuri Cosmos or Solomon. And I doubt it's Solomon. Anyway. No. It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife. As long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there, you cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if... Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. And suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth? I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. But what if... Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do. Is giving up really the only option? No. Snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Giving in to doubt? I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. Right. I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her to the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case thoroughly. Oh, shit. I can see the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with a utility knife. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. That means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? Miss Sykes, Athena Sykes, someone else. A third person was at the scene. If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude there was a third person at the scene. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only two there. So then how did this third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? By wearing the jacket with her ID tag. I know, this person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition feature by covering, their own face. And wore the jacket with the ID tag. Wait a minute, Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered their own face, Ponko would have still detected their presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it. The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection. Meta Sykes. They said that Ponko said that Athena came in, was yelling at Dr. Sykes, and then ran and hugged her. Probably stabbed her. It was probably someone in there trying to steal the moon rock. If the culprit posed as the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim. Her jacket. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. But that still leaves a heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. So that means that the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? The real culprit. Athena stabbed the real culprit. That's it. The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit. Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to hostage negotiations. You are absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
Objection!
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second, because I realized something so shocking I had to take a break to digest it. But now I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent. But Ponko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime. Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes. What?
Objection!
Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot's statements, there was no third person there. You really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that the smile of mine means I have absolute confidence? You make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts. Ponko's strange malfunction. Mr. Tarrant, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Tarrant? But that's Apollo you're talking to. Because Apollo was wearing Tarrant's jacket! Oh my god, how did I not pick up then? Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo's possessed by Clay's ghost. That was another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag. All because Conko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to that eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition, and then all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her.
Objection!
Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating. What? So does that mean? Yes, Your Honor, the person Miss Sykes stabbed, this third person who was posing as Dr. Sykes, is her mother's real killer. But that's... I'm impossible! A mask. The person I stabbed was wearing a mask? Order in the court. Miss Sykes, did you say something? Mask? Yes, I remember. Oh my god, it's the mask on the wall. Oh, wait. But the mask is there. That's after the fact, though. Someone went back and put it. We can't see the mask anywhere in this picture. Oh my gosh. Adina, what is it? I remember a man with a mask. How could he? What did he do to my mother? Ugh, my head. Ugh. Miss Sykes, are you alright? No! The black psyche locks. They're breaking. It's all coming back to me.
everything that happened the day my mother was murdered.
They're gone. The black psyche locks are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's all right, Adina. Just tell us what you saw that day.
I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then... Ugh.
It's all right. I'm right here. You're safe, Adina.
She was on the floor by the workbench with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there.
A man.
Hold it!
Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Adina.
He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there and... He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again.
And this time you got him, didn't you?
I did. I remembered it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. His hand. I know this doesn't show anything, but the only one whose hands are covered are
Yuri Cosmos and Aura Blackwell. I need more updated pictures of what these people look like.
Then he kicked me and I passed out.
The murder weapon used on Tyrion, Adina also used one of these to stab the Phantom's hand during the incident 7 years ago. The fact that the knife is missing, though, means because his blood is on it, which means that this perpetrator took that knife with them after knocking Adina out.
When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her.
That's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived, a man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit. Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Adina, can you tell us anything about that?
Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab.
Ah, this mask hanging here on the wall.
It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom.
Ooh, Blackwell was talking about looking for a phantom. A phantom? It would seem that a new suspect has emerged, and that means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes has...
You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system.
Adina Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict. Why are you so dead set on it being Adina, though? Huh? Miss Blackwell, this is not good. A new suspect? Where's the proof of this person even existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head? She's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence.
Objection! Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother.
Adina, I'm so glad for you.
More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing if I could. Honko came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Adina came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down after that. I was recharging, so I don't know anything. I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Metis was really the killer in disguise. Right. Then he must come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m. Do I have anything here in the evidence that can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.? The lab before 2 p.m.? The lab before 2 p.m. Oh, gosh. Would that have the time on it? No. It was at a crime scene 7 years ago. It was launched into space. Crime scene 2. Oh, boy. Would it be the video though? It has to be the video because of the timestamp. Or not the timestamp, but like there would have to be a timestamp on this one, wouldn't it be? Or wait. Gosh, I'm trying to think. Is there a clock in here? No. It's gotta be this one. Because it's the, it's a recording. They have to have a timestamp for this.
Take that!
Ooh, I was right. The prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident at around 3 p.m. Was that established that it was around 3 p.m. that he left though? He was the only one that passed through at the time of the crime. Well, okay, I guess passed through at the time of the crime. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by there before then? Ooh, I don't see anything in the investigation report. It looks like they didn't check. Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene. Very well then, let's take a look. There, please stop it right there. Bro, look at this. It is a guy, so it's not Aura Blackwell. And it definitely can't be Yuri Cosmos. What if it's... Okay, hear me out. What if it's Clay Taryn? What if Clay Taryn is the one who did this? I know he was just a kid. Like, till end of high school. So, like, logistically, it doesn't make sense. Because he's, like, super excited to join the Force and go to space and everything. And he is the actual murderer of last episode and this episode, too. But, like... Oh, my God. It's just like you said, there's a man leaving the scene of the crime. Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? That's him. I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. He's wearing the mother's jacket? Which means that he went back to drop off the jacket. Because the jacket's on the floor in the actual evidence pictures. I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. That jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes? Can you see it? There's a slash I made with the utility knife that day. And And I'm sure that knife is under the jacket somewhere. Wait, is the knife still in the jacket then? Because the jacket's in the museum right now.
So then, everything Miss Sykes said.
Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct.
Yeah, my throat hurts so much from reading all this.
Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hid her face with a handkerchief. Then he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and masks that were there in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. Whoever did that was very aware of the innings and outings of the time schedule. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is it possible that, oh my god. Is it possible that it was him? It can only be these two. It can only be these two. Because this man's too old. The man's too old. He doesn't have a beard on. And it's proof that he had a beard on 7 years ago because look, he has the beard there. It can only be these two on the left. Oh my god. If it's so... Oh my god. I'm so stressed. I'm far left, and I'm saying if it's Clay Turner, oh my god. Oh my god, because... But then... That's what makes this man is dead. He is dead. He's the victim of the case that we're trying to solve, technically. He's the victim. He was stabbed. He is dead. He is only 23. He is best friends with Apollo. He and Apollo went to high school together. Or they've known each other since they were kids. Same orphanage or something like that. And they visited the space center all the time because he was obsessed with space. And he became friends with Solomon Starbuck and became his mentee. Oh my god, Clay Tarrant is the killer. He's a spy for the government? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I had to... This game is so good. Why does it do this every time? The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Ponko to come to the lab for his regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to that point in time, all to disguise the real time of death.
Objection!
It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that is just not possible. What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in this video. And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly wound up back at the crime scene? He obviously came back. What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Ezra's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did it get back to the lab? Yeah, the killer brought it back. The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make its escape. But in order to conceal that fact, it had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved.
Objection!
Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. And they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So when he proposed, this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket. A puzzling question indeed. When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back? When the body was found?
at the time of the murder. It couldn't have been at the time of the murder. It had to be when the body was found. Because at the time of the murder, he was wearing it. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument? I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention to the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. Oh, well then, the first ones to discover the body was like police officers. So then maybe it's not Clay. I would never have thought of that. No, my money's still on Clay. That would be the ultimate plot twist. The ultimate plot twist. Order in the court. What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the Hat 1 launch. One of these people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. Oh my gosh. What a great way to bring that back. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people. You will? And we should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with the leader mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered. Oh my god, it's Clayterra! Oh my god. It's gotta be Clayterra. It's gotta be Clayterra. Oh, I'm sick to my stomach. Prosecutor Edgeworth, does this mean? I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memory to be credible. You win, Wright. Not that there was ever an official trial anyway. Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding?
Is it true, boss? Does this mean
I can't believe it. It's over, I won. I proved that both Adina and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need for further prolong this trial.
Objection!
Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say I see no need to further prolong. Not you either, Your Honor. Now silence.
the little princess who was truly beloved by Metis and who repaid that love with death? All these years, hating Adina was only the thing that kept me going. What do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on? It's Blackwell.
How unlike you, Aura. Meta was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that?
Shut up, Simon. You know exactly how I feel about her.
Oh. Gay?
Her respect as a co-worker wasn't all that I wanted.
Oh. Was she in love with her? Then what did you want from her? Did you really just go there, Your Honor? Aura, there is something I wanted to say if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possessions a lead on who Meta's murder is. You do? Right, don't know. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of seven years past. That's right. Phantom. The person Blackwell has been looking for even from behind bars. 7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat 1 rocket. Spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew naught about him, his background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him. Oh, how exciting! What was the lead? A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. Oh. And that scientist was Dr. Sykes. Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hat 1, Dr. Sex's results and the recording were surely among his targets. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. He couldn't find them. But where could they have been? Who was to say? Wow, I bet he never let that out of his sight all these years. How in the world did he smuggle them into prison? Oh, I have many ways. And what's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. Oh, not the bird! I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors about the Wonderworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases that attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, bloody butcher, became my taunt. And what about the results Dr. Sex drew up for you? Was there any useful information? Here, you can see for yourself. But take a good care of it. That's all I have left of my mentor. I will. I better hold on to this real tight. The subject's emotions rarely fluctuate, and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. The subject's emotions rarely fluctuate. Doesn't experience feelings like normal people do? Psychological profile classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh? Spy who experiences no emotions. Not sadness, nor anger, and naturally no fear. He is the very definition of a phantom. A monster with no heart, don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what else is all into motion. A phantom indeed, a fitting name for the one who has brought darkness into our world. Well then, it seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end. Whatever. Do what you want. You hear no objections from me? Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over. Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Adina Sykes.
Yes, Your Honor? Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything.
Adina, you're more than welcome. If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict. You. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Apollo, no. Apollo, no. No, Apollo. Apollo, why are you stopping this? Apollo, no. No, 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 no. Apollo. What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You have uncovered the truth from 7 years ago, and you say Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Oh my god. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? Oh no. No! Are you telling me? Oh my god. Oh. Oh man. Oh. What did Apollo learn that he needed to? I hate cliffhangers too. Oh my god. And okay. It's freaking 12:30. Oh man. I really want to see this concluded. but I cannot continue reading. My throat hurts so bad, and I do have work in the morning. I'm streaming this. Wait. When do I get off work? Because I need to figure this out. This is gonna be living rent free for the rest of the day. Legit, I have to know. It's gotta be Clay Tarrant. Apollo's best friend has gotta be the killer. And 8:30 to 5. Okay, I can do that. Huh. Yeah, I'm streaming this later on. Stream will probably be 7:30, maybe 8 o'clock, but we're gonna figure out the conclusion of this case and the main story of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Dual Destinies, because this, oh man, it's so hard to say what are my favorite plot twists and moments of these games, because so far every game has had something major happen that has my jaw on the floor. The last, like the first game being Miles Edgeworth's mentor, the second game being God, they all blend in. I think the third one, I don't even remember what the second one was. The second one, it was Maya and Pearl's Maya's like aunt or mom or whatever. The third game, no, it was Maya's aunt. The third game is with like Phoenix's like ex-girlfriend or whatever. The fourth game is with Phoenix's ex-girlfriend as well. Oh god. And then the whole Apollo backstory and his mom, and oh god. And then now this one, oh god, I can't. This game is just this game is just so good. This is, god, I love this series so much. But yeah, I'm gonna end it here because as much as I want to conclude this, it's only going to be a trial part 2, and it's probably not going to be like super long, but it's probably the equivalent of like another 2 hours, and I can't continue to read that, so we're definitely gonna end it here. Oh man, this is so good. But thank you everyone for joining me on this epic journey. We're gonna get the conclusion of this tomorrow, or what I should say, like later on this evening, because I gotta know. As per usual, I was streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. So for my Twitch folks, here's a link to YouTube. Good night to you too. And for our YouTube folks, here's a link to Twitch. I do have a Ko-Fi and a Throne if you're interested in supporting me outside of Twitch. I'll tell you, one of the best ways to support me for free 99 is just subscribe to me on YouTube and watch my videos. You can mute it, tab away, but watch my content on YouTube. That's the best way to free 99 support me. Thank you to Mac for the resub earlier, much appreciated, and I will see you guys all later, because we gotta know what's next. Good night, everyone.